Chapter 150. The plane above his head left after 3 rounds, and Marlon Rupert returned to the cabin, preparing to return. That's it. Seeing that Marlon had gone down, Jiang Hai also walked into the cabin with Doliana and Marian, who were still unsatisfied. Suddenly, he felt that his money seemed to have been spent in vain. He could have just thrown it away casually. He had spent real money to buy those seaweed seeds. How could they just throw them away like that? Can they guarantee that they will grow? Of course, that's it. These seaweed seeds were carefully cultivated by them. Before they scattered them, they must have tested the water quality here and watched the weather forecast. They must have confirmed that there will be no southward currents or blizzards recently. As long as these seaweed seeds can safely fall on the sand at the bottom, there is a 70% chance that they will grow into seaweed. Marlon Rupert laughed when he heard Jiang Hai's amateurish words. The sea was not land. You could plant things one by one, as long as you didn't find it troublesome. There was water pressure in the sea. The deepest place in Jiang Hai's sea area was a few hundred meters deep. Humans definitely couldn't go down. It was also impossible for machines to do so. Otherwise, the seaweed seeds wouldn't be so cheap. Although Jiang Hai understood that Marlon was telling the truth, he still curled his lips. This was the mindset of a small farmer, and he couldn't change it in a short time. I can bear with it if some of the seaweed seeds are washed away. What if the fish run away when I raise them? He thought for a while. The seaweed seeds were indeed cheap, but the fry were expensive. He had spent so much money to buy the fry, so he had to inquire about it. There are 2 ways. One is to build a net around it, but I don't recommend it because it will be very troublesome for our fishing boats to go out. The net and propeller will easily be entangled with these things. Secondly, I also heard that boss bought the fry. The fry are very small at the beginning, so if we build a seine, we need to make the mesh very small. But if the mesh is very small, not only will it block the fry's way out, but it will also block the microorganisms, shrimp, fish, and so on brought in by the ocean currents. The most important thing is actually the microorganisms. In this case, boss, the coral reef you left behind may starve to death in a few years. Once the coral reef dies, the ecological balance here will be destroyed, and even the water quality will become very bad. When Marlon heard Jiang Hai's words, he thought about what Jiang Hai said and understood what Jiang Hai was thinking. Indeed, Jiang Hai was thinking about whether he should use something to block this place, but now listening to Marlon, Jiang Hai also sighed. It seems that his thinking is still too simple. What's the second idea? After hesitating, Jiang Hai asked him. That is to feed them. In addition to the early mullet, cuttlefish, shrimp, and so on, we regularly put some bait in the place where the fish go. This will attract the fish to stay in this area and not go out. It will even attract the fish outside. Now, most marine fisheries do this. Marlon explained after hearing Jiang Hai's words. But if we feed them, it will be very troublesome. Hearing Marlon's words, Jiang Hai thought about it in his heart. Indeed, it is more suitable to use food to keep these fish here than to build a net cage, and the most important thing is. What is Jiang Hai's first goal here? To upgrade the dragon balls in his body. If he really destroys the environment of the fishery, it is estimated that he will be dreaming if he wants to grow 8 scales in a day. It's quite troublesome. Right now, we only have fishing boats in our fishery. It's wrong to use these fishing boats to fish, but if we use them to feed, we might be able to go out in the morning and come back the next morning. Marlon said to Jiang Hai after thinking for a while. He heard from Edward Anderson that Jiang Hai has long wanted to buy a plane, and he came to him because he can fly a plane. However, Jiang Hai has not made up his mind recently, but now it seems that he has to make up his mind. Buying a plane is very expensive. Compared with the fish and the fishery, Jiang Hai feels that a plane doesn't seem to be so distressing. After hesitating, Jiang Hai asked Marlon Rupert in front of him. It's okay, but it's not cheap. Generally speaking, a large manor like ours will be equipped with 2 planes, a helicopter and a normal agricultural plane. The fishery I used to work in used Poland's M18, Australia's GA200 is also not bad, and the top one is New Zealand's. But speaking of domestic aircraft, there is the air tractor. If you buy this in our country, you will get a discount. But recently, the Nong 5 in Hua Xia is also not bad. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Marlon Rupert also said. Listening to his introduction, Jiang Hai's head is really big. These planes are really diverse. These planes, the cheap ones are $100,000, the expensive ones are about $300,000, I don't know the specifics. In the end, Marlon summarized and gave a price. Hearing this price, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. So cheap. Originally, Jiang Hai thought that a plane, no matter how agricultural it was, would be worth a few $1,000,000. After all, in his impression, planes have always been toys for the rich. At least, he didn't dare to think about it before. Thinking about some of the reports he read before, some rich artists bought planes that cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Even if it was 20 million renminbi, it would only be more than $3 million. In his opinion, it was very expensive. This was also the reason why he always said he would buy it but didn't. But now that he heard Marlon Rupert's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. How could a plane be so cheap? In fact, Jiang Hai was confused about one thing. The kind of plane that Jiang Hai was thinking of was a passenger plane that flew everywhere. In addition to the cost of the plane, there was also the cost of the crew, the captain, the fuel, the money to stay at various airports, the money to apply for flight routes, and so on. It could be said that these were 2 completely different things. Agricultural planes were naturally not passenger planes. Its main structure was actually not much different from the planes in the early stages of World War II. First, it couldn't fly very fast. It was basically impossible to exceed 300 kilometers per hour. To put it bluntly, if a car drove faster, it might fly faster than it. Second, it couldn't fly very high. Basically, it could fly more than 1,000 meters. Third, agricultural planes naturally couldn't fly everywhere. Some large airports and the like didn't allow agricultural planes to be used. To put it bluntly, agricultural planes were used for farm work, not to go out and show off. That was all. In fact, the plane that Marlon was talking about was the kind that people drove, large agricultural planes. If it was some small drones, such as the small ones used in forests or planting areas, one could be bought for about $10,000, or even a few $1,000s. Compared to these agricultural planes, those were really big toys. Where can I buy these planes? Do I have to build a runway or something? Hearing Marlon Rupert's introduction, Jiang Hai was also a little tempted. If it was only a few $100,000 or a few $100,000, he really didn't care too much, so he immediately asked. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Marlon smiled. Boss, do you have a black card? Boss, don't you have a black gold card? You can make a phone call and American Express will do it for you. They can help you contact them for whatever you want to buy. As for the runway problem, it's also easy. Because it's a small agricultural plane, it's not heavy, so you can just build a flat cement road for a few 100 meters on the edge of the manor's pasture. Plus the warehouse to park the plane, it will cost more than $10,000. Based on his experience, Marlon Rupert calculated and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai was also very tempted. When the boat returned to the dock, Jiang Hai first called American Express. Soon after, a seductive female voice prompted him. His phone received some company quotes and details of the planes. There were dozens of planes in total. Jiang Hai himself didn't know much about these things. He didn't understand at all. He could only understand how high the plane could fly, how heavy it was, and how much it weighed when it took off. After all, they were all planes. The weight of these planes was at least 1 ton. However, what interested Jiang Hai the most was the air tractor. Although this was the most expensive agricultural plane, because he was an investor in the United States, he bought this thing with a discount. Among the air tractor series, Jiang Hai was most interested in the AT-802. One of the reasons why Jiang Hai was interested in this kind of plane was that the plane itself was particularly big. With a weight of 3 tons, this guy was a giant among the agricultural tractors. Just like buying a car, Jiang Hai liked big things. The maximum takeoff weight was 6.5 tons, the maximum cruising speed was 280 km per hour, and the maximum speed was 360 km per hour. Although it wasn't particularly fast, it was still the fastest agricultural plane. The reason why Jiang Hai decided so quickly was mainly because of some other news. This kind of aircraft was not only an extremely powerful existence in terms of agricultural use, but it was also an extremely powerful existence in other aspects. Even in South America or some less developed countries, this kind of plane belonged to the series of fighter jets. Because of the high cruising speed and weight, it meant that the metal sheet was thick, the defense was good, and the carrying capacity was high. This meant that it could be modified into any shape you wanted. All kinds of weapons, such as Gatling guns and rockets, as long as you wanted it, it could be installed. Even Hua Xia had bought many of these planes. What did this mean? It meant that this thing was indeed a good thing. Although Jiang Hai didn't think of installing missiles on it, he was sure that this thing was not very expensive, so he didn't hesitate. Chapter 151. Hey, boss, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to blow up Winthrop? Jiang Hai's intention to buy a plane was a big deal. After all, he had just arrived here and didn't know much about these things. Therefore, after deciding what to buy, he didn't directly pay for it. Instead, he planned to discuss it with his subordinates. After learning that Jiang Hai wanted to buy this Big Mac, not to mention others, Philip was the first to shout. Blow up my ass. Do you think I can blow up a small town in the United States just because I want to? Are you kidding me? Although Jiang Hai had the idea of modifying it, he wouldn't admit it in front of Philip and the others. Hey, boss, the air tractor is good, but it consumes too much fuel. If you really don't want to blow up Winthrop, then there's no point in buying it. That's right. To be honest, boss, we just want to buy a plane to throw some bait or patrol the surrounding area. We don't need such a heavy plane. The price is enough to buy 5 dromedaries. I don't think it's necessary. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia and the head of the fishermen, Edward Anderson, who had just returned, also said hesitantly. These two were people who dealt with the ocean and ranching all year round. In their eyes, spending money was fine, but every dollar should be spent on the blade. If Jiang Hai wanted to buy a private plane, they had no right to ask how much it would cost. However, if he wanted to buy a plane for the manor, it would be a little too expensive. Hey, boss, I support you. When I was in the Triangle State, we also had this guy. This guy really has a lot of uses. After modification, it can be used directly on the battlefield. If it's not modified, it can also be used as a battlefield ambulance plane. If it's not hit by a rocket launcher, no matter how large a caliber gun hits it, it's impossible to penetrate its protective panel. At this time, Bell said with a smile. Although he said he supported Jiang Hai could tell that he didn't support Jiang Hai's decision. After all, this thing was too expensive. If they really didn't need to fight, then there was really no need to buy it. However, once Jiang Hai made a decision, he wouldn't be so easily persuaded. You have to be clear that what we need is a large agricultural plain. Our manor is this big now, and the fishing ground is this big. But I might need to expand it. I see a lot of empty land near us. Those are my targets. Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a serious face. As for the expansion, he said, well, he was actually lying. He has invested so much money in this manor now, and he hasn't seen any results yet. How can he easily invest more money? Boss, stop fooling around. If you buy a fishing ground, you'll be buying the high seas. The US government won't dare to sell it to you there. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Tommy Charles didn't believe it and said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, the range of his fishing ground was about to reach the high seas. If he bought more, wouldn't he have to buy the high seas as well? Thinking of this, he also felt that his excuse was a little fake. Just as Jiang Hai fell into embarrassment, a voice slowly came from behind. Actually, I feel that there is no problem with the boss buying this plane. Looking at the voice, they saw Marlon Rupert standing not far behind Jiang Hai and talking leisurely. Because the boss's fish are very mixed, if these fish are placed in one place, they will easily kill each other. Fortunately, the boss's fishing ground is very big, so they can be placed in different places. But in this case, to feed them, they will have to go to many places. If it's a plane like a dromedary, there will be no way to continue to go to 2 places. But if it's an air tractor, then there is no need to worry about cruising at all. It can put all the fish in one place, which will save a lot of trouble. Hearing Marlon Rupert's words, everyone remembered this. The guy in front of them was not a master who played by the rules. When others bought fish, they tried to buy fish that could be raised together, but he was different. This guy bought a bunch of fish in the east and a bunch of fish in the west. Most importantly, many of the fish were predatory and couldn't be raised together. If that's the case, the air tractor is not bad. Hearing this, Edward Anderson also nodded. Hearing the fisherman's boss say so, the others couldn't say anything and could only agree. Hearing that everyone agreed, Jiang Hai immediately called the company's American Express service. The phone rang less than 3 times before it was picked up. It was the same sweet female voice who asked Jiang Hai in Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Maxie Williams. How may I help you?" Although Jiang Hai's funds were slowly decreasing, at this time, the amount on his card was at least 8 figures. He was definitely a big customer of American Express, so the operator naturally didn't dare to be careless. Hearing the operator's voice, it was indeed sweet. At least 5+ signs were needed, but Jiang Hai was already used to it. "Hello, Miss Maxie, I'm Jiang Hai. I've decided to buy an air tractor at 802. Where do I need to buy it? How much is it?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Maxie continued to ask, "Hello, sir. What model do you want?" "Model? I'm really not sure." Hearing Maxie's question, Jiang Hai was stunned. He didn't look carefully just now. "It's like this. At 802 is a general name. There are many submodels under it, such as the Model A. This plane is mainly used for conversion into a private jet. The price is slightly more expensive and needs to be customized separately. The price of the bare plane is $680,000 and needs to be shipped back from the headquarters in Texas. The Model U plane is an anti-riot plane. It can be equipped with many types of weapons, equipment, and so on. You can choose to customize and install it yourself, but you need to apply for a local license to install it. The price of the bare plane is $710,000. The price of the other modified planes is uncertain. If you want to choose a plane for your manor, you can choose the Model F. This model is mainly used for forest firefighting and agricultural applications. It can be used for spraying medicine and feeding food and bait. The price of the bare plane is $410,000, but if you buy it, there will be a certain discount. The price is about $370,000. Moreover, this model is sold all over the country, so it's convenient for you to pick it up at any time. Hearing Maxie Williams's words, Jiang Hai remembered that it seemed to be like this. I want the Model F. He didn't even need to think about it. Even if he bought a private jet in the future, it was impossible to buy an air tractor modified. Not to mention the Model A, $380,747, he had to at least buy something similar. But now, those were just floating clouds. After all, his manor didn't have any income yet. Okay, F-type air tractor, there is a sales place in New York. You can choose to see it yourself, or you can choose to buy it for you. Hearing that Jiang Hai has decided, Maxie Williams also said sweetly. Then I'll buy it myself. It wasn't that Jiang Hai didn't trust American Express. It was mainly because he was a farmer. It was also known as persecutory paranoia. He had been thinking about what if these guys were lying to him. He could think about other things, but if the plane suddenly broke down in the middle of the flight, who could he cry to? At that time, he would be all alone. The little savings in the bank and this manor would all be taken by the American government. In the spirit of not letting anyone take advantage of the American government, Jiang Hai decided to go see it himself. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The New York Farm aircraft is sold at XX Street in Manhattan. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Maxie Williams smiled and said when she heard that Jiang Hai had decided to go see it himself. After the phone call, Jiang Hai fell into deep thought. Originally, he wanted to go to New York soon because he still had the tickets that Moses Adams had helped him get. As a basketball enthusiast, he could only watch the All-Star game in front of the TV in the past. Now that he finally had the chance to go live, he couldn't let it go. Therefore, he had to go. Now, he just had to bring it forward. Jiang Hai had already decided that the All-Star game would end on February 16th, Huaxia time. After watching the game, he would take a flight back to Huaxia that night. Including the transfer time, it would be around February 18th. He had to go back on New Year's Eve. It wouldn't delay him from burning joss paper. After spending New Year's at home, he could bring Fu Yuan and the others over to play. As for the others, if they were free, they could come over and play. He didn't lack the money to play with them anyway. However, there was a problem. Delina and Marion had just been adopted by him this year. Although they could now live in Jiang Hai's house, there would still be people from the welfare agency coming to check on them from time to time. Most importantly, in order to prevent Jiang Hai from being a human trafficker, he didn't allow them to leave the United States with him. It wasn't a problem to go to New York to watch the game, but it seemed that he couldn't go back to China. He had to discuss this with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at Delina and Marion. Seeing Jiang Hai's gaze, the two girls looked at each other. It was obvious that they didn't understand the reason. When they saw Jiang Hai looking at them, they looked at Jiang Hai and blinked. Oh, you too. Seeing their actions, Jiang Hai was amused. He couldn't help but rub their heads. Some things had to be said eventually. It wasn't his style to hesitate. Chapter 152. Are you guys really not going? Really not going? Standing in front of his F-650, Jiang Hai looked at the two sisters in front of him with a serious expression. When the two sisters heard Jiang Hai's words, they blinked their big eyes. After looking at each other, they shook their heads very seriously. Well, sometimes people like to think too much. Obviously, Jiang Hai was such an existence. He originally thought that if he were to leave, Xiao Huang, Xiao Bai, Dai, Qiu, Elena, and Marian would be very sad, very uncomfortable, and very reluctant to leave. It turned out that it was just an illusion. After he made his decision that day, he told the two girls that he was going to return to China during dinner that night. After he finished speaking, the two girls did not cry, throw a tantrum, get angry, or throw a tantrum. At that time, the two girls just looked at him seriously and nodded to show that they understood. Then, he said in disbelief that he was going to watch an NBA game and asked them if they wanted to go. Who knew that they weren't interested in it either? It was understandable. Girls, especially a girl who couldn't even eat her fill in the past, would not have the time and energy to be interested in basketball and the NBA. So, they weren't willing to go. Originally, this should have been a good thing for Jiang Hai. He could go to New York without worry and go home without worry. But why did he feel so unhappy when he saw the two girls' nonchalant expressions? These days, he had been beating around the bush and asking the two girls if they were really not going. In the end, the answer he got was, "Ha! They were not going." In fact, Jiang Hai did feel that he was a bit too important. The two girls stayed with him not because they liked him or were overly dependent on him, but because they really needed a place to take them in. Otherwise, Deliana would not have taken the initiative to give herself to him after she decided to stay. They did not treat Jiang Hai as their father. Indeed, it was not easy to treat a man who was only 13 years older than them as their father. Their original idea was that even if Deliana had to sacrifice her body, she would still want to give her sister a good living environment. Even if she became Jiang Hai's lover, she would still have a better life. However, they did not expect Jiang Hai to be so good to them. In fact, it was not just them, even the 8 women had the same idea. In their opinion, the reason why Jiang Hai was willing to take them in and let them stay in the manor to help out was secondary. It was very likely that Jiang Hai liked them. For them, using their bodies in exchange for a place to live and food to eat, they had already acquiesced. Becoming a tool for Jiang Hai to vent his anger was better than living a life of not being able to eat enough, not being able to wear warm clothes, living in a wooden shed, and trembling in fear. They never had the luxury of living like a normal person. In fact, even if Jiang Hai had asked them to sleep in their own rooms, they wouldn't have had any objections. Similarly, after these days, they found that they were really living in a dream. This Jiang Hai didn't seem to have any other thoughts about them. This made them feel touched, but also a little guilty. After all, they didn't have an official job. Although the hardware of the wine manor was there, they still needed to wait until the beginning of spring, which was March, to plant grapes. Recently, they had been eating for free. Moreover, Jiang Hai didn't want their bodies, which made them feel sorry for Jiang Hai. Therefore, during the day, they would always stay in Jiang Hai's villa to help with work, clean up, bathe Little White and the others, take care of things and so on. Even at night, they would always stay until very late. In fact, they were hinting to Jiang Hai that he could let them stay. However, Jiang Hai really didn't know anything about this aspect. Even after so many days, he still couldn't figure it out. He only thought that these girls came to his house every day mainly because they had nothing to do during the day. Moreover, the other women in the manor were also very wary of them. They had no place to go, and they were somewhat dependent on him, so they came to his house every day. It turned out that Jiang Hai was indeed thinking too much. Since the grass seeds were scattered, everything went according to plan. 3 days after the grass seeds were scattered, the grass seed company made a special trip to check how many grass seeds were left on the seabed after the previous scattering. Then, they replanted 2 more times. The grass seeds were completely planted by the grass seed company. Edward Anderlin had been watching by the other party's side. This was not because Jiang Hai was narrow-minded, but because he did not feel at ease if he did not send someone to watch over these things. Compared to these people, he was more at ease with Edward Anderson, whom he had trusted for a few months. After Anderson confirmed that the grass seeds had begun to grow and reached the expectations, Jiang Hai did not withhold the payment and directly transferred the balance to the company. Having such a straightforward customer, the company's manager was also quite happy. After all, Jiang Hai's job was a big one. Doing such a job was equivalent to his usual quarterly earnings. As long as it was done well, Jiang Hai would inevitably need to replenish the sea of grass every year. At that time, even if the company did not earn that much at one time, it would still be a considerable income. Because of this, he specially gave Jiang Hai a discount. For things like discounts, Jiang Hai naturally did not refuse. After all, he did not have a proper income yet. After half a month of growth, the seaweed officially grew and began to take root and germinate. The construction period of the second wave of the fishery had arrived. At this time, live bait would be put in. In fact, it was called live bait, but it was mainly 4 kinds of creatures. Of course, it was not the real cuttlefish, but the cuttlefish. It was not too clear to call it cuttlefish. This cuttlefish was such a small cuttlefish that could not grow up. In China, this cuttlefish was called sycamore flower. It was born to live at the bottom of the marine food chain. This small cuttlefish was the food of almost all aquatic fish. Its only characteristic was that it was extremely large in number, and naturally, it was also very cheap. For example, the cuttlefish that Jiang Hai fed to the fish only cost $300 per ton. A boat of 10 tons of squid was only $3,000, which was quite cheap. In North America, no one ate this kind of squid. Those 2 types of mollusks were the most abundant. After all, each boat only cost $3,000. Considering the number of fish that Jiang Hai wanted to raise, 20 boats of each type would be enough, although he would have to replenish them on a regular basis. After all, Jiang Hai was free-range, and they could reproduce on their own. 10 boats only cost $30,000, so 40 boats in total would be settled for $120,000. Compared with those 2 types of food, the other 2 types of food were slightly more expensive. As for the other 2 types of creatures, one was the Arctic prawn. Since it didn't matter how big or small it was also sold by the ton. However, a ton of these prawns cost $2,000, which was $2 per kilogram. They were all alive, so it wasn't that expensive. Jiang Hai liked these kinds of prawns very much, so he bought 10 boats of them for $200,000. In addition, there were also some miscellaneous shellfish. These shellfish didn't have much meat, and their shells made up most of their weight. However, these shellfish were indispensable, because apart from fish, Jiang Hai also raised a lot of crabs and lobsters. These shellfish were mainly their food, so in addition to the fact that the shells of these shellfish were too heavy, they were basically uncountable. 10 tons of shellfish and 9 tons of shells. Even so, 1 ton still cost $500, or 50 cents per kilogram, which was almost double the price of cuttlefish and octopus. However, in order to raise the lobsters and crabs that he would raise in the future, Jiang Hai still reluctantly bought 30 boats of these things. Each boat weighed 10 tons, which was $150,000. In addition, there were other miscellaneous items, which cost Jiang Hai $500,000 in total. Ever since Jiang Hai's seaweed began to rise, the company that he contacted would put in 1 or several boats of these baits in different areas every day or 2. They wouldn't put them in all at once. This was because if they put in too many baits at the beginning, they would swim away in groups. Therefore, they had to wait for these guys to digest for a while before pouring them in slowly. This was considered a delicate job. Fortunately, all of this was within the process that Edward Anderson and Jiang Hai had discussed. The entire month of February was used to spread the bait, and it was only in March that the fry were officially put in. Because recently, the deaf and mute girls in the family often helped with the chores, Jiang Hai didn't even need to wash his own socks. So he had more time to put his energy into the manor's construction. Especially the construction of the runway and hangar. Although he couldn't help much, it didn't stop him from watching from the sidelines. As the weather gradually warmed up, the snow gradually melted, and the sun in the middle of February gradually raised the temperature above zero. Time gradually passed, and it was February 12th. There were only 2 days left until the first day of the All-Star Weekend, which was February 14th. Jiang Hai still had to go to New York to buy a plane, so it was time for Jiang Hai to leave. Chapter 153. Alright then, I'll be leaving. Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, Buck, you guys have to listen to me. Chirp chirp, don't let it eat too much recently. This bird has become too fat. Also, you guys have to take good care of yourselves. Every night before you go to bed, you have to video call me. Do you understand? Looking at the two big Lolas who didn't care about his expression at all, Jiang Hai's heart turned cold. But even so, he was still like a father, telling them everything. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, although the two girls didn't have any expression on their faces, they were telling the truth. From their trembling hands and trembling eyes, it could be seen that they were very touched. It had been a long time since someone cared about them like this. You guys too. If there's anything, you can video call me at any time. After instructing the girls, Jiang Hai raised his head and looked at the 8 women who came to send him off, then said to them, "Let's go." These girls originally didn't have cell phones. For them, cell phones were useless because they couldn't make calls. Although cell phones could video still cost data. No one would think that making a call in the United States didn't cost money, right? They originally didn't even have money for food, so it was impossible for those people to arrange cell phones for them. After they came to Jiang Hai's place, Jiang Hai also gave each of them a cell phone. It was the latest iPhone 5S from Apple. Don't think that this thing is very expensive. It turned out that Apple really wasn't expensive in the United States. The 3 cell phones came with 16G, 32G, and 64G, and the contract phone cost $199, $299, and $399 respectively. Of course, this was referring to the contract phone. This meant that when they bought it, they had to pay a 15% activation fee and a 7% tax. In total, they had to pay $199, which was $227. After that, they had to go through the procedures. Every month, they would have to pay $20 for the phone and $20 for the data package. In other words, it would be $40 a month. Some people said that this wasn't appropriate. $40 a month, that would be $960 for 2 years. The price of a non-contract phone was $649, which was actually much more expensive. Jiang Hai chuckled at this. It seemed that they were trying to change the topic. It seemed that the cost of the cell phone and the package added up to $1,200. Compared to $650, it was $550 more expensive. However, who would buy a cell phone and make a call for less than $600 in 2 years? No one would be naive enough to think that calling in the United States would cost RMB. Of course, the main reason why they didn't buy a contract phone in China was because the quality of the two things were different. But in the United States, they didn't have to worry about this, because if they broke, they could be replaced. Therefore, the girls in Jiang Hai's manor each had a $199 iPhone 5S. It was a very expensive configuration in China, but in the United States, it was really a low-grade equipment. After buying the phones for the girls, Jiang Hai taught them how to use it. They could send messages and video chat. This way, they would have a communication tool in the future. We will take good care of ourselves. Don't worry. Hearing Jiang Hai's nagging, Daliana slowly gestured. These days, she had been teaching Jiang Hai sign language every night. Although the progress was a little slow, the effect was good. At the very least, Jiang Hai had a preliminary understanding of some of the words. In normal communication, he could even guess the correct words. Finally, the problem of communication between the two was solved. Jiang Hai felt that his blood might be helpful to the defects of these girls, but he was still not too sure. Secondly, he didn't know much about these girls, so he still needed to take it slow. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was about to level up. He wanted to level up first. Well, boss, if you don't leave now, the plane will be too late. Just when Jiang Hai was about to mutter, Belle, who was sitting in his car, couldn't help but smile and say. Because Jiang Hai was going back to China directly from New York, he didn't plan to drive. Well, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. After saying a few more words to these girls, Jiang Hai stepped on his car. After Jiang Hai sat down, Belle also started the engine and went out of the manor. Watching Jiang Hai leave, the girls also bit their lips. They really couldn't see through Jiang Hai. Maybe this guy is really a good person. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know that he had been given 10 good person cards. Soon after the car left the manor, it got on the road and went straight to the highway. Boston Airport was outside Boston, and it was in the same direction as Winthrop. That was to say, Boston Airport and Winthrop were in the middle, so he didn't need to go to Boston Airport to go to the airport. In less than half an hour, Jiang Hai had already arrived at Boston Airport. Because he had already booked a ticket online, he directly changed his ticket and went through the security check. This time, he went to New York, which could be said to be returning to China. He almost didn't bring anything with him. He just brought 2 sets of clothes, that's all. First, he didn't have any relatives in China. He felt that he was going back mainly to visit his parents' graves. He was too lazy to visit relatives. Second, his local specialties couldn't be brought directly on the plane. Did he have to bring a pile of premium-grade beef to New York to watch the game? So before this, he had already used air courier to send these things back to China. He first asked his brothers to help him keep them, and he would distribute them when he went back. So naturally, at this time, he was going light. After passing the security check, Jiang Hai didn't go directly to the waiting hall, but went to the waiting room of the first-class cabin. Although it was only 2 to 3 hours drive from Boston to New York, since he was going to take a plane, with Jiang Hai's current wealth, he would take the first-class cabin. Not only would he take it here, but he would also take the best one back home. It was not that he was pretentious, it was purely because he had money to burn. Well, after he had money, he really didn't want to squeeze into the economy cabin anymore. Anyway, in his opinion, the price of the first-class cabin and the economy cabin was not much different. Soon after sitting in the waiting hall of the first-class cabin, there was a message that they were ready to board the plane. Passengers in the first-class cabin were given priority to board the plane. After lamenting that the flight attendants of American Airlines were really ugly, Jiang Hai nestled on the huge sofa and prepared for the plane to take off. Not long after, the plane took off. Jiang Hai also leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. But before he could fall asleep, the plane had already arrived. Boston and New York were too close. It was so close that even if an NBA team played a game, they would take a bus instead of going to the airport. Because of the time spent waiting at the airport, they might have already arrived by car. Only Jiang Hai, who was not going to drive, would take a plane. Of course, in fact, He could take a long-distance bus, which was not slow, but when he thought about squeezing in a bus with so many people, Jiang Hai still felt that it was better to take a plane, even if all the flight attendants on this plane were over 40 years old and had waists of more than 2 feet 6 inches. A little more than an hour later, the plane landed on the tarmac of New York's JFK Airport. As the ground crew connected the covered bridge, Jiang Hai and the other first-class passengers also got off the plane early. As soon as he walked out of the airport, Jiang Hai saw a black car in the distance. The car was not unfamiliar to Jiang Hai, and he was even more familiar with the person standing in front of the car. "Hey, boss, you're here." Seeing Jiang Hai walking towards his car, Moses Adams, who was standing in front of the car, also greeted him with a smile and said to Jiang Hai with a happy face. Since he knew that Jiang Hai liked basketball, and he got Jiang Hai's tickets, it was not a big deal for him to come and watch the game with Jiang Hai. In order to keep a potential and powerful customer like Jiang Hai, he was very careful. "You've been here for a long time?" Jiang Hai asked Moses Adams with a smile as he walked in front of him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams immediately waved his hand. "Oh, no, I just arrived." "Come on, boss, I'll take you to the hotel, I've arranged everything." Hearing what Moses Adams said, Jiang Hai smiled, then threw his small bag in the back seat and sat in the passenger seat of Moses Adams' car. After seeing Jiang Hai sit down, Moses Adams also took him to the center of New York City. This was Jiang Hai's first time in New York, so as soon as he entered the city, he looked around curiously. For Jiang Hai, New York's name was much more important than his own sense of existence. New York, the largest city in New York State, the largest city in the United States, and the largest city in the world. It was the most densely populated city in the United States. Its existence could directly affect the world's economy, finance, media, politics, education, entertainment, and even the fashion industry. Its GDP was also the world's largest. Before that, it was the capital of Japan. As soon as the car drove into New York, Jiang Hai felt the difference between this city and Winthrop, or even Boston. The pace of life here was faster, the people here were more hurried, the buildings were higher, and there were more cars. As soon as he arrived here, it gave people a very busy feeling. Maybe he was used to staying in the manor recently. When he suddenly arrived here, Jiang Hai was really not used to it. Maybe he saw Jiang Hai's curiosity about the city. Moses Adams, who acted as a driver beside him, also kept introducing the city. However, Jiang Hai only took a cursory look. If he wanted to see the sights here in New York, it would take at least a few days, but he obviously didn't have so much time to visit here. He had already arranged everything for these days. He would rest here today, go to Space City tomorrow, and go to All Stars the day after tomorrow. Chapter 154. Look, this is our destination this time, the home court of the New York Knicks, MSG. As Moses Adams introduced the place, Jiang Hai also observed the existence of the City of Hope and Destruction. After about an hour of driving into the city, the car finally arrived at the first stop. As Moses Adams stepped on the brakes, a huge circular building appeared in front of Jiang Hai. The building was really big, like a big cake. Although it was not as big as the high-rise buildings next to it, it was still very surprising. However, the most surprising thing was that it was not only a court, but also a station. MSG, Madison Square Garden's nickname, New York's locals, or people nearby, call it that, is above New York's largest Penn station. This is done so that everyone who comes to New York by train can see it first after getting off the train and understand the city. Boss, you may not know this, but this arena is not just the home court of the Knicks. It is also the home court of the New York Rangers, New York Liberty, St. John's University, Red Storm University, and other teams. It is also the place where all musicians, speakers, and politicians in the United States hold their concerts or speeches the most. Looking at the building in front of him, Moses Adams's shrewd eyes revealed a rare look that was not so shrewd. For him, even if he was not working in New York now, this building still made him very proud. Looking at his expression, Jiang Hai also smiled. Perhaps this was like the Great Wall on the Forbidden City in China. After all, the history of the United States was only a short period of time. They did not have any historical deposits, and they could not recognize the Native Americans who had lived on this land for a long time as their ancestors. Therefore, they did not have a sense of historical achievement and belonging that could make them feel more proud. It was also because of this that the United States had also supported some landmark buildings over the years, giving them special meanings other than architecture. Obviously, Madison Square Garden was one of them. Everyone who was familiar with basketball knew that Madison Square Garden was the mecca of the basketball world. Every year, the NBA draft was held there. In addition to the NBA, the other leagues also had special feelings for this place. Alright, boss, let's come back the day after tomorrow. We have to go back to the hotel now. Put down your luggage and have dinner. I have arranged a special program for you tonight. Perhaps Moses Adams was done lamenting. He retracted his gaze and became shrewd again. Then, he looked at Jiang Hai and winked gently. This made Jiang Hai feel a little strange. Show? What program? Don't forget, we have to buy a plane tomorrow. Yes, this time, Jiang Hai asked Moses Adams to come, not only to accompany him to watch the game, but also to buy a plane, and he needed his help to take a look. Don't worry, boss. It won't affect our business. Moses Adams knew how important the plane Jiang Hai wanted to buy was to his manner, so he just smiled. Then, he walked back to the car, started the engine, and left. The hotel Jiang Hai was going to stay at tonight was not particularly far from here. It did not take long for them to arrive. When the car was parked, a doorman took the initiative to open the door for Jiang Hai and Moses Adams to get out of the car. After standing still, Jiang Hai looked up. Wow, it was really a famous hotel, the Hilton Hotel. Speaking of this hotel, not only in the United States, but also internationally, it had a great reputation. This hotel was founded in 1919 by the emperor of the hotel industry, the hotel tycoon, Conrad Hilton. Their hotels existed in Europe, America, the Asia-Pacific region, and even the Middle East and Africa. It could be said that this was the top 5-star hotel in the world. It was Jiang Hai's first time staying in such a hotel. Boss, this way please. Seeing Jiang Hai standing at the door, Moses Adams, who was about to walk in, stepped back and said to him. Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai also smiled a little awkwardly, carried his backpack, and walked into the hotel. Looking at this hotel from the outside, it was magnificent enough. But after walking in, one would find that the outside was the outside, and the inside was actually the most dazzling. Not only was the decoration extremely high-end, even the waiters passing by were handsome men and women, making it easy for people to have a good impression of this place. While Jiang Hai was still looking around, Moses Adams had already gone to change the room card, because he had already booked it. There were 2 standard suites. Although they were not presidential suites, they were not bad. According to Moses Adams, in addition to the master bedroom, there was a separate living room, bathroom, dining room, and a room similar to a chess room. It was very spacious. Recently, it was the All-Star Weekend, and there were many rich people and celebrities who came to watch the game. If it were not for his own connections, it would not have been so easy to book a suite here. Boss, let's go. I know you Huaxia people are particular about this. This is for you. After briefly explaining to Jiang Hai, he handed a room card to Jiang Hai. The room number on the card was 8888. Looking at the room number and listening to Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Indeed, Huaxia people were particular about this. Because neither of them had luggage, naturally, there was no bellboy to take them to the room, which saved them a lot of tips. When they arrived at the door of the room, Moses Adams, who lived not far from Jiang Hai, called out to Jiang Hai. "Boss, when you go back in a while, you can take a shower and change your clothes. Then, we'll go for dinner first. After dinner, I'll take you to a good place to play." Seeing Moses Adams raise his eyebrows, although Jiang Hai was not too sure, from his words and actions, he felt that this guy was definitely up to no good. He was not worried that this guy would kidnap him or anything like that. Jiang Hai was not that easy to deal with. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, this guy wanted to use a man's way to get to know him. If a man wanted to have a better friendship with another man, other than being gay, there were only 4 ways. Whether it was at home or abroad, such things were not uncommon. TSK, this guy is really wretched, but it's not bad to go and have a look. Cough, I decided to go and have a look because I want to criticize the justice of this evil world. It's not because I haven't had sex for 2 or 3 years. Looking at Moses Adams, who was far away, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise a middle finger at him, and then he whispered. But why did it feel like the more he whispered, the softer his voice became? After entering the room, Jiang Hai did listen to Moses Adams and took a shower first. The bathtub in this suite also had a massage function, which was quite comfortable. Originally, after taking a shower, he was ready to sleep, but for some reason, he couldn't fall asleep in bed. The wretched look of Moses Adams talking to him just now kept replaying in front of him, which made him a little, overwhelmed. In fact, Jiang Hai really hadn't touched a woman for a while. Damn, this damn guy. Cursing again, Jiang Hai rolled on the bed. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When he was awakened by Moses Adams knocking on the door, it was already 4:30. When he saw Jiang Hai's sleepy appearance, Moses Adams smiled. "I say, boss, you can really fall asleep. Don't sleep. Wash your face. Let's go eat. The show will start in a while." When Moses Adams mentioned the show, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up in an instant. "Okay, wait for me." After saying that, Jiang Hai went back to the room, washed his face, then put on a new set of clothes and walked out. But just as he walked out, he was stopped by Moses Adams. "Boss, didn't you bring other clothes?" Change to something more expensive." After thinking about it, Moses Adams considered Jiang Hai's usual dressing habits and changed his words to remind Jiang Hai. "Who the F***CK, isn't this expensive enough? Brand, Archaeopteryx." When he heard Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai's eyebrows raised. "In the beginning, it's just a bird. This dress, no matter how expensive it is still outdoor. Have you ever seen someone wearing outdoor clothes to pick up girls?" "Boss, with all due respect, girls nowadays are very realistic. If you don't encounter ghosts crying and gods howling, it's better to pay more attention to your dressing." Hearing Jiang Hai's shocked words, Moses Adams showed a helpless expression and slowly explained to him, but his words made Jiang Hai speechless. "The problem is, I don't have other clothes. I don't like to wear other clothes." Glancing at the room, Jiang Hai came out this time with a total of 3 sets of clothes. He wore 1 set and brought 2 sets, but unfortunately, these 3 sets of clothes were all outdoor. A long time ago, Jiang Hai liked to wear sportswear for nearly 10 years, but in recent years, he liked to wear outdoor clothes. It didn't look so young, it was comfortable, and it didn't restrict his activities. For example, he didn't like suits at all. Even casual suits, he didn't like to wear them, so he didn't have any of them. The only one he had was the one he wore when he married Lu Li. When he left, he also left it at Chi Li's house. It was made for him by her family. Since it's just clothes, then that's it, but we need to add some other things. Scratching his head, since Jiang Hai didn't want to wear it, then Moses Adams couldn't force Jiang Hai to wear a suit, right? He could only think of other ways. Chapter 155. Moses Adams was now very glad that he had considered enough time, so he came to call Jiang Hai at 4:30. If he had really called Jiang Hai on time, it was estimated that it would be too late now. Since Jiang Hai did not want to change his clothes, he had to think of other ways. The two of them went downstairs without eating. They got into the car that was already at the door and went straight to New York's Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue was an important thoroughfare in the Manhattan area of New York. It ran from north to south, from Washington Square Park in the south to 138th Street in the north. There were many scenic spots on Fifth Avenue. From south to north, there was the Empire State Building, the New York Public Library, Rockefeller Center, Rockefeller Foundation, St. Patrick's Church, Central Park, and so on. But at this time, Moses Adams and Jiang Hai did not come here to see the scenic spots. Instead, they came to the section between 60th Street and 34th Street, a place called Dream Street. Almost all the luxury brands in the world gathered here. It was one of the most high-end shopping districts in the world. Someone calculated that the shops on this street had an annual rent of $1,000 per square foot, about 0.09 square meters. That was to say, 1 square meter would cost more than $10,000. The annual rent of a small shop here was more than $100,000. It could be seen that if one did not open for 3 years and open for 3 years, one would lose a lot of money. Of course, those luxury stores were not those that did not open for business for 3 years, nor were they those that opened for business for 3 years. But even so, most of the time, it was the season when people would see more and buy less. The only exception was probably when the Huaxia tour group came. Those aunties were very rich. Moses Adams dragged Jiang Hai here to buy things, but he did not expect to earn a commission. Men and women were two completely different life forms. The values, psychology, and so on of these two life forms were completely different. Even if they paid attention to the opposite sex, their viewpoints were naturally different. When men looked at women, the first thing they looked at was the face, the second was the figure, and the third was the clothes, the way they dressed, and the way they talked. Only then would they have the idea to explore further. But women looked at men differently. Just like what the ancients once said, girls love pretty boys, and girls love girls. When girls were young, that is, when they were 16 or 17 or 17 or 18, they paid more attention to the boys' looks and popularity. For example, the captain of a basketball team, the captain of a football team, and so on, were very popular. Of course, if they were handsome and had such skills, they would be the favored son of God, commanding the wind and clouds of the school. However, as they grew older, the things that girls paid more attention to gradually changed. Perhaps for some girls, looks were still very important. But for most girls, especially the girls who were going to the place Jiang Hai and Moses Adams were going, looks were obviously not as attractive as Franklin. For these women, they could judge a man's general situation by looking at his things. Unless you're really famous, like Bill Gates. Even if he wore briefs and walked barefoot on the streets, countless women would still throw themselves at him. If you're not that famous, then you'll have to rely on these external factors. Of course, some people might say that such women were not sincere. Love did not need to be tarnished like this. However, Moses Adams would tell you, who needed her to be sincere? Love? Even if there was, it was impossible to give it to them. This was also the reason why Jiang Hai came here. How to judge whether a man was rich or not, whether he had the strength. For a woman, the simplest preliminary judgment was 3 points. First, what kind of clothes, second, what kind of car, and third, what kind of watch. He didn't want to change Jiang Hai's clothes, so he let it go. He also couldn't buy a car now, so he let it go. The most likely thing to show that he was rich was a watch. It was said that the poor played with cars, the rich played with watches, the loser played with mobile phones, and the rich played with supercars. But for Jiang Hai, he had only heard about it before. He really did not play with these. Although he was not short of money now, in terms of his realm, he was still in the category of playing with mobile phones. Now, Moses Adams wanted him to skip the level of playing with cars and directly upgrade to playing with watches. He really couldn't bear it. We're here. But Moses Adams was still very considerate of his boss. He drove the car over and parked it directly in front of a building. After the two got out of the car, Jiang Hai also followed Moses Adams into the shop. "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" When the two of them walked in, a good-looking girl came out with a smile that showed 8 teeth. She asked the two respectfully, but when she asked, her eyes were mainly looking at Moses Adams. Judging from his aura and clothes, it was obvious that he was the one who was in charge. "My boss wants to buy a watch, so I brought him here to see it." Moses Adams was a smart person. He immediately saw that the other party did not seem to take Jiang Hai too seriously, so he immediately said seriously and specifically mentioned Jiang Hai. "This way, please." As soon as she heard Moses Adams' words, the saleswoman couldn't help but be stunned, but she quickly reacted and continued to smile, taking the two to the counter next to her. "This is the Legacy series of Vacheron Constantin, and it is also the best watch we sell here recently. This series of watches ranges from thousands of dollars to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many friends from Huaxiao like this series very much. Our brand can also be regarded as one of the top in the world. In the 007 series, most of the watches of the male leads were sponsored by us." Looking at Jiang Hai, the saleswoman here began to talk non-stop. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai, who was still a little dazed, gradually recovered. Looking at the watch pointed by the woman, Jiang Hai glanced at it, but he was also shocked by what he saw. As expected of a luxury watch, this watch was really ridiculously expensive. It looked just like the Legacy series that the woman had just mentioned. Yes, there were cheap watches. The ones that cost $7,000 to $8,000 did not look good. A Vacheron Constantin that cost $7,000 to $8,000 did not look much different from the ones sold on the streets. The only difference was that the watch was made with a hollow design. However, these watches were ridiculously expensive. The one that Jiang Hai had his eyes on had a price tag of $150,000. That was no joke. $150,000 was enough for him to buy 50 boats of cuttlefish. This price was really a little scary. Can I not buy this watch?" After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hai looked at Moses Adams. He was a little reluctant to part with it. "How should I put it? Actually, it's fine. This is mainly up to you, boss. To be honest, whether you buy it or not is not a big problem for me. The main thing is not for tonight's operation. After all, one night is not worth more than $100,000. However, boss, don't you know that after the All-Star game, there will be an NBA cocktail party? There will be a lot of dignitaries at that party. Even if you don't want to have too much contact with these people, I remember that you said that you would come to New York in April to participate in the beef show. Sometimes, it is necessary to have some connections." Seeing Jiang Hai's reluctance, it was actually very difficult not to see it. Because right now, Jiang Hai's face was almost wrinkled into the word reluctance. Spending $100,000 to buy a useless watch. Jiang Hai was really speechless. But after hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai could not help but click his tongue. It was just as Moses Adams had said. When a person's fame had not reached a certain level, the strength of their clothing was also very important. At least it gave people the feeling that this guy was not trying to get something for nothing. Although Jiang Hai did not think that his beef would be sold out, he had many friends. However, he understood the problem of having more friends, more options. So, he was a little tempted by what Moses Adams said. If I don't buy it, I'll buy the best one. Miss, what's the most expensive watch you have? After struggling for a long time, Jiang Hai took a deep breath and cursed. Then, as if he had thought it through, he raised his head and spoke to the salesperson in front of him. Oh, the best watch we have is Patek Philippe. It is known as the blue-blooded aristocrat of watches, that's it. What's the most expensive one? Since he had already decided to spend money, Jiang Hai did not care about the price and directly asked. At present, in addition to the limited edition and special custom-made watches, the most expensive one is this series of men's watches with complex functions. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the salesperson here said with a serious face. Then, he went to a counter next to him and took out a watch. Jiang Hai looked at it and his vision went a little dark because it was clearly marked 980,000, 98,000. It seems that the bragging has gone too far. Looking at the price and then at the small broken watch, Jiang Hai did not hear what the salesperson was explaining. What platinum dial? What nonsense! He did not understand. He just felt that his ears were ringing. His eyes were also staring at the watch. He could not see how this watch was valuable. Sir, are you sure you want this watch? Seeing that Jiang Hai's state was a little strange, the salesperson asked carefully. Yes. Listening to the salesperson's words, Jiang Hai took 3 deep breaths again. In the end, he almost gritted his back molar and used the strength of his teeth to force out the word he did not want to say from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he handed over the bank card. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away. This is my business card. If you have any questions or need any consultation, you can call the number on the card. I'm on 24 hours a day. The moment Jiang Hai handed over the card, all the female salespeople in the room looked at Jiang Hai differently. Especially this girl, who almost swiped the card for Jiang Hai, filled in the form, and so on. Finally, she handed over a personal business card and looked at Jiang Hai seriously and firmly. Chapter 156. Now that it's done, let's go eat. Returning to Moses Adams's car, Jiang Hai opened the gift box in his hand, then took out the watch inside and put it on his left wrist. As for the gift box, he was certainly reluctant to throw it away. He simply put it in the tidying box in front of the passenger seat. After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams started the car and winked at Jiang Hai. Of course, with such a watch, what kind of banquet can't you go to? In fact, boss, I think you don't have to care about the banquet. Didn't you see the look in the eyes of the waiters here just now? As long as you call this number tonight, I promise you will have a very happy night. What do you mean? Obviously, Jiang Hai was still too inexperienced. When he heard Moses Adams's words, he was stunned. What does this mean? Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, Moses Adams also smiled. His boss is really inexperienced. It's very simple. Didn't the waitress just say that it's on 24 hours a day? She can explain the function of this watch to you on the spot. If you don't get anything tonight, then you can call her and tell her your room number. When a beauty comes, it's inevitable that she will have a meal, watch a movie, and then go back to your room to study the watch. It's almost very late. It's so late. It's not good to let a girl go back alone. Hearing Moses Adams say this, Jiang Hai immediately interrupted, I can send her back. Ah. But after Jiang Hai finished speaking, he was embarrassed. Looking at Moses Adams's slightly shocked face, Jiang Hai smiled embarrassedly. In fact, after he finished speaking, he understood what this guy meant. It's good that you understand. The specific operation still depends on the boss, but tonight you are the backup force. You can go all out and have fun. Looking at Jiang Hai, Moses Adams said earnestly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also bit his lip. His heart was really a little itchy. Okay, let's go, let's go. As Moses Adams honked the car horn, the car restarted. Then the two went back to the Hilton Hotel and had a simple dinner in the buffet restaurant there. They waited until 6:00 in the evening. When it was almost 7 o'clock, the two finished their meal and left the Hilton Hotel by car. This time, their destination was the Standard Hotel in the meatpacking area of New York's Lower City. Don't look at this 18-story hotel, which looks ordinary, but in fact, the top 2 floors of this hotel are the largest nightclub in New York, the Boom Room. Because the people who can come here to play, except for some young models who want to make a name for themselves, are either rich or noble. This is not like other nightclubs, where you can sneak in by having a good relationship with the security guard at the door. If you don't have an appointment, it is impossible to enter. But even if the 13 spaces here are high, when Jiang Hai appeared in front of the nightclub, he couldn't help but frown. It was not the first time that Jiang Hai went to a nightclub. When he was in China, he went in with his friends because of curiosity. But to be honest, Jiang Hai is not too interested in nightclubs. It is too noisy, and the banging makes people feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, this is the best. There are a variety of styles, and there will always be something you like. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Hai was not interested in this place, Moses Adams, who was walking in front, said to Jiang Hai with a smile. I hope so. Shrugging, Jiang Hai said to Moses Adams. Then the two entered the nightclub through a special passage, but as soon as they came in, Jiang Hai heard the deafening loud music like other nightclubs, which made him frown. But since he was here, it would be unreasonable if he didn't experience it. He was still patient, enduring the thumping in his chest, and walked into the nightclub. As soon as he walked in, he saw a huge stage. The whole stage was T-shaped. At this time, a rock band was sweating hard on the stage, singing music that Jiang Hai found strange and noisy. Under the stage, countless white-collar workers who had nothing to do after work, or some people who came here purely to flirt and pick up girls, waved their arms and shouted loudly. At the back of the stage, there was a girl dressed simply. She was standing in front of a DJ stand, sometimes flirting and sometimes waving her arms to liven up the atmosphere. There were also many tables and cages in all directions of the room. Inside these tables and cages, there was a girl standing relocked, dancing provocatively. The men below waved money and stuffed the money into their underwear or blouse to get a touch. The whole scene was annoying and extravagant, and Jiang Hai was a little excited. It's too noisy here. Forcibly pulling his gaze back from those simply dressed girls, Jiang Hai pulled the eager Moses Adams and shouted in his ear. Then let's go to the second floor. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, although Moses Adams now wanted to squeeze himself into the crowd and take advantage of those girls, maybe he could take 2 back tonight, but Jiang Hai was the boss. If he was not satisfied with this place, then he would not stay here. With great perseverance, he pulled back his gaze and led Jiang Hai to the second floor. When the two of them took the elevator to the second floor, Jiang Hai froze for a moment. This was because the second floor was completely different from the first floor. If the first floor was very dry and wild, then the second floor was very quiet. After getting out of the elevator on the second floor, they entered a passage. The entire second floor had only one color, gold. The entire passage was filled with golden mirrors. On both sides of the passage, there were women wearing all kinds of deep V-necks and all kinds of little dresses that exposed their arms and legs. They were talking and chatting here. Of course, there were also some men mixed in. He leaped over these figures and looked behind them. That was the hall. There was a huge triangular bathtub that was emitting steam, making the entire second floor look like a fairyland. It gave people a hallucinatory feeling. Just as Jiang Hai was looking around curiously, a girl who was closer to them came over with a smile and said to them, "Hello, do you two have an appointment?" This girl looked to be 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a black deep V-neck dress. The opening almost reached her navel. It could be said that it was two pieces of cloth that wrapped her upper body from top to bottom. It could be clearly seen that she should be wearing nothing inside. Her lower body was also red, and she was wearing a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes. Her brown curly hair, coupled with heavy makeup, really gave people a sense of wild beauty. If some ordinary people can still be mixed in with the first floor, then the people who can go to the second floor are really rich. Hearing the girl's words, Moses Adams said with a chuckle, "I have an appointment in advance. My name is Moses Adams." After Moses Adams signed up, the girl in front of Jiang Hai touched her ear with her hand. Jiang Hai saw that there was a headset in the girl's ear. It seemed that she was confirming the identity of the two people. "Mr. Moses Adams, hello, the room you booked is here." After waiting for about a few seconds, the other party had already confirmed the room Moses Adams had booked. She smiled and led the two of them to a box in the distance. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai found that this box was really different, because the floor of this box was actually transparent. They could clearly see the wild people on the first floor under their feet, who were dancing there. But they could see these people, but they couldn't hear any sound. The effect of the compartment here was really good. Of course, if they want to listen, they can do it at any time because the floor can be adjusted. As long as there is a gap, the wild music below can go straight to the second floor, but Jiang Hai didn't want to listen to that music. "What do you two want to drink?" When Jiang Hai looked at his feet curiously, the girl who led them here was not polite at all. She sat directly next to Jiang Hai and Moses Adams and asked the two of them sweetly, "Boss, what do you want to drink?" Hearing the girl's question, Moses Adams also looked at Jiang Hai. Whatever, just give me a dozen beers." After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai recalled his impression of alcohol. It seems that in such a place full of 13 boxes, drinking beer is a bit degrading, but he is really not used to drinking foreign wine. "Well, a bottle of Hennessy, 3 dozen Corona, and the rest, you can do as you see fit." Hearing Moses Adams's words, the girl couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Although they didn't seem to have ordered a lot, the wine alone could be sold for thousands of dollars here. It seemed that the two of them didn't lack money. "Okay, I'll arrange it now." Hearing what Moses Adams said, the girl here also stood up, swaying her body, and walked out of the room. In less than 5 minutes, some waiters had already walked into the room with wine glasses, fruit plates, snacks, and so on, filling the small coffee table. Moses Adams didn't care at all. Picking up a piece of watermelon in front of him, Jiang Hai took a bite and asked Moses Adams, "This is the program you talked about?" "Boss, don't worry, the show is just about to start." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams also laughed. Just as he finished speaking, a female voice sounded from the door, "Hey, handsome guys, can we come in and have a drink?" Chapter 157. Following the voice, Jiang Hai looked at the door, only to see that the originally empty door was surrounded by a group of girls after the wine was served. These girls were all wearing very simple clothes, almost similar to the woman who led them in just now. A lot of skin was exposed. Among these women, there were obviously Caucasians, blondes, Latinos, blacks, and even Asians. One by one, they stood outside the door and spoke to the two people in the room. "Welcome, my dear ladies." Hearing these girls' words, before Jiang Hai could react, Moses Adams had already stood up and walked to the door naturally. Then he reached out and put his arm around the shoulders of the two girls standing at the outermost side, leading them into the room. Originally, Jiang Hai was still wondering why they had such a big box with only the two of them. This box was indeed not small. According to the domestic KTV saying, this box was considered an extra-large box. The box had a huge bathroom, a row of huge sofas, and a huge TV screen. This TV screen could be set to singing mode, and it could also be used to watch TV. Of course, the people who came here to play were not here to sing or watch TV. The third function of this TV was to broadcast the performance below live. These girls had obviously been here for a long time. They were not unfamiliar with such a scene. After walking in with Moses Adams, they had already come to the sofa and sat down directly. Many people skillfully poured the wine in front of them or opened the beer. The sofa that Jiang Hai and Moses Adams were sitting on was still very big. At this time, after so many people squeezed in, it became a lot more crowded. Even the two girls beside Jiang Hai were firmly stuck to him. To be honest, this was Jiang Hai's first time encountering such a scene. From the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see that these girls were barely wearing, very simple clothes, but their prominent vital parts were exposed. His nose also smelled the scent of various perfumes and body fragrances fused together. Their thighs and upper circumference filled his line of sight, so in an instant, he became hard. Of course, it wasn't that his big brother was hard, but his body was hard. He now felt that his neck was going to have cervical spondylosis. Although it was impossible for him to get this disease since he got the Dragon Balls, he still felt that his neck was hard and painful. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, a girl also turned on the TV. It happened to be the live broadcast of the concert below. The harsh sound instantly entered Jiang Hai's mind and also relieved him from the original embarrassment. "Hey, miss, please change the channel or lower the volume because my boss doesn't like this kind of music." Moses Adams may have remembered that Jiang Hai didn't like this kind of music, so when he heard this song, he struggled out of the gentle land and said to the girl over there. He said this very skillfully. First, he told these girls that Jiang Hai didn't like this. Second, he also told them that Jiang Hai was actually the big rich man here, not him. From the position of the sofa just now, it could be seen that many of these girls came for him, especially those white girls, who were all gathered around him. Besides the Latino girls, there was only one Asian girl around Jiang Hai. It was not Moses Adams' style to ignore his boss like this. Hearing Moses Adams' words, these girls also looked at Jiang Hai. Their eyes were either surprised, or a little puzzled because they really didn't see any characteristics of a rich man from Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai also chuckled. Sure enough, girls love money. My dress is too ordinary. Hello, sir. Nice to meet you. My name is Maggie. The Asian girl next to Jiang Hai reacted faster. She smiled, picked up a bottle of beer, and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. This Asian girl, in Jiang Hai's eyes, was very petite. She seemed to be more than 1.5 meters tall. With high heels, she was only 1.6 meters tall. Her originally petite figure looked even more delicate next to these Caucasians. This girl was not like the Asian women that Europeans and Americans had in mind. They all looked like Hua Mulan in the cartoon. This girl was very much in line with the Asian aesthetic point of view. She had curly hair dyed blonde, big baby eyes, a sharp chin, a high nose, delicate skin, small lips, and slightly thick lips. Jiang Hai did not know if she had gone under the knife, nor did he know what she looked like without her makeup, but purely based on her current appearance, she was indeed not bad. Hello, you can call me Jiang. Jiang Hai naturally did not have stage fright when meeting with beautiful girls. He picked up the beer in front of him and clinked glasses with the other party. When Jiang Hai picked up the beer, the watch he had just bought on his left wrist was also revealed. As soon as they saw this watch, the eyes of these girls who hung out here all day long lit up instantly. Their eyes were very sharp, very sharp. Whether a piece of clothing or jewelry was real or not, they could tell at a glance. Jiang Hai's watch must be real. It seemed that Moses Adams' words just now were not just a compliment to Jiang Hai. It seemed that Jiang Hai was really a hot gold mine. Thinking of this, two girls smiled and walked to Jiang Hai's side. As for the other girls, they did not move because for them, although Jiang Hai was a gold mine, after all, there was already someone sitting next to him. If they fell one step behind, it would be easy to fall behind. Instead of thinking about Jiang Hai's problem, they might as well continue to pursue Moses Adams. Moses Adams said that Jiang Hai was the boss mainly to make Jiang Hai more popular, but he was not ready to give up playing. It was naturally the best if someone stayed. Almost instantly, a certain balance was reached on the sofa. There were a total of 13 girls here. 7 were sitting on Jiang Hai's side at this time, and 6 were sitting on Moses Adams' side. It was a very suitable number. Jiang Hai was very passive in this regard, and he did not know how to talk about this, but it did not matter if he did not know how. He just needed to show his financial resources, because these girls naturally had a way to lead the topic. For example, the girl who had just drunk with Jiang Hai smiled and asked Jiang Hai, "Looking at you, you should be Asian. Which country are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Huaxia." "What about you?" Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai asked curiously. Huaxia, I'm from Japan." "You don't hate me, right?" Hearing Jiang Hai say that he was from Huaxia, the girl's face showed a hint of surprise, and then whispered to Jiang Hai. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Hai was not a nationalistic youth, to be honest, a Huaxia man, especially a man from the northeast, who did not hate Japanese people, but at this time, in front of him was not a man, but a delicate beauty. Jiang Hai really did not know how to answer this question. Hee. By the way, are the cherry blossoms and Mount Fuji really beautiful in your country? Since this question was not easy to answer, Jiang Hai could only change the topic. It was not his turn to care about politics and national affairs. Of course, that's the beauty of our country. Are you interested in our country? How much do you know about Japan? When it came to her country, the girl also talked about it with a trace of pride on her face. To be honest, my understanding of your country is more about movies. Touching his nose, Jiang Hai said a little awkwardly. When she heard Jiang Hai's words, the girl pouted and looked at him with contempt. AI way is just AI way. Although I like my country very much, I know that our country's film industry is not very developed. Except for ghost movies, everything else is very average. You are a big man, it's impossible for you to like watching ghost movies. Hee, tell me, which star do you like? Being exposed by a girl in front of his face, Jiang Hai was indeed a little embarrassed. But when this girl could face him and talk about AI way with him, Jiang Hai suddenly realized that he was still too naive. This wild world. He was somewhat unable to adapt, but he was now trying to adapt. I prefer Aoi Aoi, and Porto. Oh, and Rio Tianhai. The stewardess' surname is Aoi, so she should be called Aoi-sensei. She is indeed very powerful. Now she has many sales of her films, which can be ranked in the top 100 in the world. As for Porto, it's Porto no Gui. To be honest, in our country, she is not very famous. She is mainly famous in Huaxia because she looks like a star in Huaxia. Tianhai, her original figure wasn't that good. She only became famous after plastic surgery. As for Rio, I also like her a lot. She has a weak sexiness to her. I also watch her videos. I still have the newlyweds and campus beauty pageants on my computer, but she's going to retire this year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl named Maggie didn't show any trace of shyness. Instead, she followed Jiang Hai and spoke with fervor and assurance. Jiang Hai was listening to her, and he was somewhat stunned. Maggie, I have always been curious. Don't mind me asking this. Are you Japanese women very open? This girl named Maggie was really good at talking, and she did not blush at all when talking about this topic. Taking advantage of the fact that she was a little thirsty in drinking, Jiang Hai also asked her. Because of the popularity of AI Wei's movies, many people from different countries would have the same idea. However, this idea was wrong. She then said, there are two extremes. Some women are very open, some are very conservative, but the men are very open. This is because even if a man married to a conservative woman, he will still go out and mess around. Conservative women don't mind, as long as they don't divorce and don't bring him home, it doesn't matter. For example, many of my friends in China put insurance in their husband's briefcase every day. If a man doesn't go out and mess around, he will be looked down upon by others. And if a wife has something to do back home, she will take the initiative to help her husband make an appointment. This is very common in China. This is very common. Wow, then you Japanese men are very happy. Hearing such an outrageous thing, Jiang Hai couldn't help but grin unconsciously. Recruiting by imperial decree, what a powerful nation. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Maggie shrugged and said indifferently, that's why I came to the United States. Clang! Just as Jiang Hai and the Japanese girl named Maggie were chatting happily, the door of their room was suddenly opened from the outside. A short blonde kid suddenly rushed in from the outside, holding a huge bottle of champagne in his hand. He shook it and shouted, "Wow, I'll treat you to a drink." As his voice fell, his fingers that were originally pressing on the mouth of the bottle instantly loosened, and then a column of champagne sprayed directly towards Jiang Hai, Moses, Adams, and the girls. Chapter 158. Who the F*** CK? Looking at the champagne column coming towards him, Jiang Hai shouted for the first time. However, the strong physical fitness brought by the Dragon Ball was no joke. His brain hadn't reacted yet, but his body had already reacted at the first moment. He immediately threw himself to the side, but he forgot that there were many people sitting next to him. All of a sudden, he threw himself on the girl named Maggie who was chatting with him just now. Some of the girls next to him were also thrown down by Jiang Hai, but there was no way to stop the champagne from falling from the sky. At the critical moment, Jiang Hai's foot stepped on the ground. In an instant, the originally huge sofa was abruptly turned over by Jiang Hai's foot. This time, not only Jiang Hai, but also the girls sitting on the sofa turned over with him. To be honest, these girls would rather be drenched by the champagne than be turned over like this. One must know that in order to create an atmosphere, the ground here was not covered with carpet, but with hard glass, in order to clearly see the activities on that floor. If they fell to the ground, although the glass would not be broken, it would definitely not feel good. So the moment they lost their center of gravity, these women screamed. Listening to this ear-piercing scream, Jiang Hai also reacted in an instant. He immediately supported himself with his palm and appeared under these women, using himself as a human cushion behind these women. Bang, 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 for consecutive sounds, Jiang Hai also felt that 4 heavy objects were pressing on his body. And these women opened their eyes when they found that they didn't feel any ice or pain. As soon as they saw that Jiang Hai was under them, these women were also stunned for a moment. In fact, not only were they stunned now, Jiang Hai was also stunned. As mentioned before, the clothes these women wore were very simple clothes. Although their lower bodies were wearing underwear, their upper bodies were not. With such a big movement, several women's tops were off. Thinking about that kind of cloth top, if one was not careful, it would easily rub to the side. In an instant, a few inexplicable spots appeared in front of Jiang Hai. This. Looking at these people in front of him, Jiang Hai's pupils unconsciously dilated. At this time, these women also discovered that they seemed to be exposed, but among these 4 women, 2 were Latin American, and 1 was an American. They didn't seem to care very much. They even took the initiative to show their majestic existence to Jiang Hai. These women were not special workers, they were not professional workers. Their names were like models. If there were any comic conventions, game shows, car shows, and so on, they would also go to the stage or be a couple. Their main purpose was to promote themselves. Using their bodies to get to know more rich people, people in the entertainment circle, and even stars, this will be of great benefit to their future development. Maybe one day, when the hype is successful, they will no longer just rely on selling their bodies like now. It is very likely that they will also become artists and enter the upper class. And the simplest way for them to get to know these people is to rely on their bodies. It is precisely because of this that this nightclub has no restrictions on their entry and exit. Just like some gyms, if some beautiful women go to apply for a membership, there will always be a discount. They are also the signboards here. It can be said that both sides have a tacit understanding. Since they are sitting next to Jiang Hai, naturally, they also want to get close to Jiang Hai and show their capital. This is nothing. Only the Japanese girl was shocked. She stood up immediately and wanted to tidy up her clothes. But she forgot that at this time, the champagne rain was still falling outside. As soon as she stood up, the guy at the door noticed her. In an instant, the champagne rain sprayed over, making her wet. After feeling the impact, she screamed again and squatted down, but unfortunately, at this time, she had already become a drowned rat. Her hair, clothes, and makeup on her face were all messed up. Jiang Hai was a little speechless, but he had to admit that this girl was very beautiful after putting on heavy makeup. Even if it was messed up now, he could see that her foundation was still very good. Cough, now is not the time to think about this. Damn it, you dare to show off in front of me, you're courting death. Listening to the guy at the door still howling there, Jiang Hai's eyes flashed a fierce light. He was originally a pacifist, but since others came to find him, then he would not be polite. At this time, the guy's main firepower was aimed at the other 2 sofas. Moses Adams and the others had not had time to dodge. This was an opportunity. Jiang Hai jumped out from behind the sofa, then grabbed a fruit plate on the coffee table in front of him and threw it straight out like a disc. When the guy saw Jiang Hai flash out, he also wanted to spray Jiang Hai, but unfortunately, his reaction was much slower than Jiang Hai's. The fruit plate flew over and hit the guy's nose heavily before his champagne could turn around. There were 3 vital points on the human body. The first was the nose. After being hit, the person would feel dizzy, his nose would ache, and tears would flow. When the guy was hit by Jiang Hai's fruit plate, he immediately gave up the champagne in his hand and hugged his nose with both hands. Oh, who is it, my nose? While he was screaming, Jiang Hai had already flashed in front of him. Without saying a word, he kicked the guy directly in the chest. The guy didn't even have time to react. To be exact, he didn't even have time to wipe his tears before he was kicked out of the private room by Jiang Hai. He flew straight to the mirror in the corridor opposite the private room. With a loud bang, the huge golden mirror was also full of cracks from the guy's impact. Boss! At this time, the two men in black outside the door were also very surprised when they saw the guy flying out. They ran over immediately, wanting to see if the guy was okay. At this time, Jiang Hai also walked out of the room. Sir, don't move. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, one of the big men stood up in an instant and stood in front of Jiang Hai. His eyes stared at Jiang Hai. They all saw that their boss flew out of the room. Needless to say, he was beaten out, and now this man was very suspicious. My nose, my chest, damn it, who is it, you damn guy, you dare to hit me, teach him a lesson for me. At this time, the man who was just beaten out by Jiang Hai also recovered. He covered his nose with one hand and his chest with the other. He shouted angrily at Jiang Hai in front of him. Hearing his roar, Jiang Hai snorted coldly, then glanced at the two bodyguards. Judging from the size of these two guys and the murderous aura emitted from their bodies from time to time, these two should be soldiers and have seen blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become this guy's bodyguards. However, compared with Bell and Jiang Hai's manner, they were still far behind, let alone him. Jiang Hai was confident that if these two guys dared to move, then he would tell them why the flowers were so red. But unfortunately, these two people didn't give Jiang Hai such an opportunity. One of them still stood in front of Jiang Hai, just on guard, but didn't intend to make a move. The other one squatted beside the man. Boss, we are your bodyguards, not your thugs. Listening to the man's words, the man squatting there said coldly. Hearing what this man said, the guy who was still rolling on the ground couldn't help but grit his teeth. These bodyguards are really disobedient. What's wrong? At this moment, a fat middle-aged white man ran in from the outside with a group of security guards. As soon as he saw the tense situation and the man lying on the ground, he took out the handkerchief in his pocket and wiped his sweat. It's this guy again. To be honest, this fat man really doesn't like him. Hey, George, this guy hit me, he hit me. Is there no law here? He dared to hit me. Seeing the fat man coming over, the man lying on the ground couldn't help but shout loudly. Our boss hit you. That's right, we can even kill you. You ran into our box for no reason and sprayed champagne on us. Don't talk about hitting you, even if we beat you to death, you can see if the police will sentence us. Hearing his roar, Moses Adams, who was in the room at this time, also walked out while wiping his wet hair and said angrily. In fact, no one would be happy if a guy suddenly sprayed champagne on them when they were still flirting with the girls in the room. Moses Adams is naturally such a person. I was treating you to a drink. I said it the first time I went in that I was treating you to a drink. You didn't thank me, and you even hit me. Do you have any shame? Hearing Moses Adams' words, the man lying on the ground slowly stood up with the help of his bodyguard. He grinned and pretended to be angry as he roared. I'm treating you to a drink, who needs your treat? Besides, your attitude of treating others to a drink is to directly spray champagne on them. If that's the case, then I was treating you to fruit just now. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai directly retorted without saying a word, then pointed to the broken fruit plate on the ground and said to the man with disdain. What did you say, you damn guy? George, he hit me. He actually hit me. How can your nightclub let such a guy in? I'm your VIP, do you understand? Hearing Jiang Hai directly return his words to him, the man was also a little angry. He knew that he couldn't get through to Jiang Hai, so he could only put pressure on the fat manager over there. F***ck your father, this is the manager, right? I also want to get an answer, why can this guy enter our box? Jiang Hai raised a middle finger to the crazy guy, then turned to the fat man and said coldly. Chapter 159. The fat boss knew this better than anyone else. There was a saying in the United States, if you love him, please let him go to New York. It's heaven there. If you hate him, please let him go to New York. It's hell there. This nightclub was the intersection between heaven and hell. Although the boss behind this nightclub was very powerful, the power of the nightclub didn't represent the power of the fat man. At least, he couldn't afford to offend anyone who came here. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the fat man couldn't help but wipe his sweat more diligently. He was too lazy to pay attention to the kid over there. Instead, he walked to Jiang Hai's side and said to Jiang Hai with a smile, "It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We're all here to have fun. There's no need to be so hostile. Sir, you see, this guy is also a star, and you did indeed kick him. If it really gets out of hand, this matter won't be easy to handle. How about we make a small deal out of it? Let's just treat it as making a friend. I'll pay all your expenses tonight, you see," but before he could finish his words, Jiang Hai's hand was already raised, interrupting his words. "Do I lack your money? I'm asking you what to do about this matter, not for you to stir up trouble. This. Although he knew that the guests here weren't to be trifled with, when he saw the watch on Jiang Hai's wrist, he understood that this guy really wasn't someone he could afford to offend because he really didn't lack money. How could he afford to offend someone who could wear nearly $1 million on his wrist? Jiang Hai didn't know that the watch he bought was quite useful. Not only was it useful for flirting with girls, but it was also useful for socializing. You don't have to talk to me about this and that. You're a star. You're probably doing this to become famous. I'll fulfill your wish. Moses, call the police, Jiang Hai said with a wave of his hand and pointed at the guy who had just stood up. I need fame, you guy. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the kid seemed to have been greatly insulted. He almost jumped up, pointed at Jiang Hai, and shouted. Jiang Hai listened to him and just gently picked his ear. This guy is Justin Bieber. Seeing Jiang Hai's disdainful look, Moses Adams hesitated for a moment, then walked in front of Jiang Hai and whispered to him. Although he was very angry, at this time, his cold-blooded lawyer's side had awakened. He walked to Jiang Hai's side and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Justin Bieber, I seem to have an impression of him. The one who sang, Baby, right? Weren't you kicked out of the United States? Why are you still here? Hearing Moses Adams's words, Jiang Hai snorted disdainfully. He didn't know much about stars, but this guy really didn't need fame. His fame in music and private life was enough. Humph. Seeing that Jiang Hai knew about him, this guy didn't say much. After all, he was a public figure. As for the deportation that Jiang Hai mentioned, there was indeed a commotion last year because his influence was too bad. He got into fights, posted those kinds of photos, smashed his neighbor's door, took drugs, and so on. It could be said that he was definitely the worst idol. Recently, his master, Arthur, had been telling him to disappear for a while and not get caught by the police again. He couldn't do anything good, but he couldn't do anything bad either. Although the United States government wouldn't come out and ban a Canadian like him from coming to the United States because it might irritate the Canadians, the government still had to listen to the opposition of the people. If they really did something, it would be really difficult. Therefore, recently, other than occasionally exposing news, he didn't do anything else. The reason he came here today was mainly because he had the same goal as Jiang Hai. He came to watch the All-Star game. He was also a hardcore basketball fan. Even the starting point guard of the Eastern Conference this year, the former Rockets player Kyle Lowry, was able to become a starter in the All-Star game thanks to him. If he was taken away by the police again at this time, although he would only be drunk and wouldn't be sentenced, his influence on the public would still be very bad. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to watch the NBA All-Star game. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but have a headache. But for someone like him, his greatest ability was to be able to adapt. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After his mind gradually calmed down, he knew that if he really wanted to fight with Jiang Hai, it would really be very troublesome. So, admitting defeat now might be a good choice. Thinking of this, his eyes turned, and he said to Jiang Hai with a smile, "What happened just now was my fault. I'm sorry, we all came out to play, there's no need to be so stiff. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I apologize to you, and your expenses tonight will be mine." Tonight's expenses will be mine. No, no, no. I just said that this gentleman's expenses will be mine. Mine. Hearing Justin Bieber's words, the fat manager also said with a smile. This guy was indeed an artist. His reaction was fast. It was better to cover up such a scandal. After all, reputation was very important to the nightclub and him. No, then I have to give something. It's not about money. I'm apologizing. Seeing the fat manager shift the expenses to his side, his eyes quietly rolled, and then he said with a smile. It was said that it was difficult to slap a smiling face. Since this guy had admitted defeat, Jiang Hai was honestly at a loss. After all, even if we call the police, he will only spray wine into the room. At most, we will be fined some money and his reputation will be damaged. Moreover, you hit him, so even if we call the police, it won't be of much use. It won't do us any good. Most importantly, his reputation has already been ruined, so it won't make a difference. Why don't we just forget about it? Just as Jiang Hai was hesitating, Moses Adams walked to Jiang Hai's side and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Indeed, what Justin Bieber did was at most a scandal. It was not to the extent that he should be locked up or sentenced. Spraying alcohol on others was really not a big deal. So after hearing Moses Adams's words, Jiang Hai also knew that this matter was probably over. Are you okay? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai looked at the two men unhappily and turned to look at Moses Adams. When Moses Adams heard Jiang Hai's words, to be honest, he was a little touched. To put it bluntly, lawyers like them were lackeys of the rich. They wanted to live, be famous, and make money, so they could not do without the rich. It was not that there were no lawyers who only helped the poor, but such people were destined to not make much money. Those cases of asset mergers and acquisitions, cases with the government, and cases with other companies, which one of them was not thick and dark? No one's ass was clean. It depended on who could find more loopholes and be more ruthless to gain more benefits. Therefore, for Moses Adams' employers, the only thing they cared about was whether or not he could gain more benefits for themselves. Unlike Jiang Hai, they would still pay attention to his thoughts, his heart, and whether or not he felt wronged. I'm fine. But after all, he was not a rookie who had just entered society. The moment Moses Adams was touched, he suppressed this mentality and then smiled at Jiang Hai, indicating that he was fine. Since he said that he was fine, Jiang Hai did not say anything and went straight to the fat manager. Give us another private room. I want the same, clean one, Jiang Hai said word by word as he looked at the manager. No problem, this way, please. Although the private rooms here needed to be reserved, today's incident was indeed a little sudden. Since Jiang Hai was willing to take a step back, the fat manager here naturally had the mentality of making peace. He immediately took Jiang Hai and his group to another room. Jiang Hai's side dishes were all replaced with new ones, and there were even more side dishes. At the same time, there was an extra bottle of red wine. This wine was sent by Justin Bieber, but it was sent by the bodyguard. Although he admitted defeat, Jiang Hai knew that he was not necessarily so willing. But it did not matter. Jiang Hai was not willing to give up. After this incident, the 13 beauties who were originally in the room were also frightened. In the end, there were only 2 people left here. Moses Adams did not care about the wine stains on his body. For him, after going back, he would send it for dry cleaning anyway. He sat directly on the sofa and flirted with the girl who stayed. As for the other girl who stayed, it was the Japanese girl named Maggie. She was also frightened just now. Can you accompany me to the bathroom? I need to wash up. After this incident, the originally lively scene became much colder in an instant. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Hai and Maggie also did not know what to say. Compared with the old fox Moses Adams, Jiang Hai was much more inexperienced. He sat there drinking beer helplessly. Fortunately, Maggie was very experienced. She stuck to Jiang Hai's side and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Cough, I'll go with you. Pointing to himself, Jiang Hai asked in disbelief. Let's go. Seeing Jiang Hai's surprised and incredulous look, Maggie chuckled and pulled Jiang Hai into the bathroom in the private room. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Moses Adams on the other side also let out a strange cry. Originally, he was just rubbing his hands on his legs, but after Jiang Hai left, he also went deeper inside. However, Jiang Hai did not see this scene because after he walked into the bathroom, he felt even more embarrassed. Now, he did not know whether it was because of the wine or other reasons, but he felt that his face was as hot as a fever. Chapter 160. Wow, this guy is crazy. I'm covered in wine. My whole body is a little sticky. It would be great if I could take a shower now, but there's no other way. Let's take a shower first. Compared to Jiang Hai's helplessness, Maggie here was more active. After entering the bathroom, she turned on the tap on the table in front of her, adjusted the warm water, and washed her face first. Now her face was covered in wine and makeup to a certain extent. Instead of this, it was better to just wash it off directly. Jiang Hai stood behind her and looked at the tight skirt. When she bent down, the curve of the skirt stretched out and vaguely saw her breasts. This made Jiang Hai feel a little thirsty, but there was no wine here, and he couldn't drink water, so he could only endure. He forcibly turned his gaze away and began to look at the bathroom. This bathroom was not big, but it was understandable. After all, it was just a bathroom in a private room. The whole bathroom was only divided into 2 parts. One was the toilet, and the other was the sink. Although there were not many things, the place was not small, and it was very spacious. Just as Jiang Hai was looking here, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next second, Maggie, who had already removed her makeup, stood in front of him. It was not like before, when she accidentally exposed herself and screamed in surprise. Instead, she took the initiative to take off her outer skirt. As she took it off, she said to Jiang Hai, "Can you help me get my clothes?" Oh, okay. Sure enough, when she took off her clothes, Jiang Hai saw a pair of things that he hadn't seen for a long time, jumping into his line of sight. Don't look at Maggie's height, only a little more than 1. 5 meters, but her upper body is still very amazing. The arc is so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. Feeling Jiang Hai's gaze, Maggie did not make any shy movements. She took off her outer skirt, leaving only a pair of purple-red lace translucent panties on her body. Jiang Hai even saw that in the translucent panties, she deliberately trimmed her hair. This caused Jiang Hai's throat to swallow his saliva even faster. However, Maggie acted as if she didn't see Jiang Hai's actions. While washing her body, she said to Jiang Hai, "I hate getting wine all over my body. It smells bad and it's very uncomfortable. By the way, can I go to the bathroom?" Jiang Hai didn't know how to respond when he saw her completely disregard the fact that her soft spot was distorted after being squeezed. All he could do was nod. Then, she took some tissue and wiped her body. Then, she walked past Jiang Hai and sat on the toilet. She completely disregarded the fact that Jiang Hai was still beside her. Just like that, she took off her last layer of defense. Not long after, there was the sound of water splashing. Her face revealed a hint of relief. Phew, this is the only bad thing about drinking beer. It's too easy to go to the toilet. Don't you want to go to the toilet? I see that you've drunk a lot of them. After solving her problem, Maggie didn't rush to stand up. Instead, she asked Jiang Hai curiously. I don't have one for the time being. Hearing Maggie's words, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he didn't have one, Maggie showed a look of disbelief and said, "You don't have one?" "I don't believe it." She stretched out her hand directly and pressed on Jiang Hai's vital part. Jiang Hai wanted to dodge, but after all, he was shocked. He didn't have time to dodge and was pressed on his pants. Then, Maggie's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Wow, so big." I heard that men don't go to the toilet when they're doing it. How about I help you?" Maggie squinted her eyes and smiled, saying to Jiang Hai. "No, don't bother." Hearing Maggie's words, Jiang Hai really didn't know what to say now. However, Maggie didn't give him a chance to refuse. She directly pulled his clothes and pulled him in front of her. Looking at the nervous Jiang Hai, Maggie's eyes also curved into 2 crescent moons. "Hee, you're welcome. I still have to tell you later. If you are so nervous and uncomfortable now, how are you going to spend the night?" Listening to Maggie's explicit words, Jiang Hai, who was originally embarrassed to the point of wanting to retreat, suddenly stopped. While Jiang Hai hesitated, Maggie had already unbuttoned Jiang Hai's pants and released a behemoth from the black boxers. Originally, Jiang Hai's size was just the same as the size of an ordinary Huaxia person. It was 16 centimeters long and 2.5 fingers wide, but since he got the Dragon Balls, his big brother seemed to be undergoing a second development. Unknowingly, it has grown to 3 fingers wide. Although the width didn't grow much, the length has reached 23 centimeters. Even compared with some North Americans, Jiang Hai's behemoth is definitely a behemoth. It wouldn't be a problem for him to shoot a movie. Wow, it's a little scary. Looking at the behemoth that popped out, Maggie was also shocked. Then, her eyes lit up, and her 2 small hands unknowingly climbed on the monster's body, then she licked her lips gently and sent it up. Hiss, this won't do. I've never done this before. The instant feeling made Jiang Hai's nerves tense up. Now his waist is a little numb. He knew that this is not good news, so he couldn't help but say immediately. But hearing Jiang Hai's words, Maggie didn't stop, but continued to move, and while moving, she said vaguely, "It doesn't matter, as long as you are happy, I don't hate this." Hearing Maggie say so, Jiang Hai didn't refute, but began to enjoy this feeling. He hasn't touched a woman for several years, so this time, he endured to the limit, but he only endured for 5 minutes before he was defeated. But although it was fast, after it was over, it was still as hard as iron, which also made Maggie have the idea to discuss it further. But if they discuss it further, they can't discuss it in the bathroom. After the two of them put on their clothes, they left the bathroom. But when they came into the private room, they found that Moses Adams had already left, and just now, Jiang Hai received a message from him on his mobile phone, telling Jiang Hai that he went back to the hotel first. The two of them had a tacit understanding. At that moment, Jiang Hai also left the nightclub with Maggie, went out, took a taxi, and returned to the hotel. After entering the hotel, the two of them could finally take a good shower. As for the clothes they changed out of, naturally, the hotel waiter would take them to dry clean. What happened next was naturally more exciting than in the bathroom. In accordance with the principle of not describing anything above holding hands, it was just a brief description. When Jiang Hai woke up the next morning, he felt that this was the most comfortable night he had slept in the past 2 years. This was not to say how much he loved the woman in his arms, or how many women he had in his arms, but it was the first time he hugged something to sleep. Well, after being a dog for a long time, it was really exciting to be a human once in a while. Although the two of them didn't seem to have much of a story to continue, really, it seemed that the two of them didn't have any follow-up story. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai and Maggie had a meal. The two of them exchanged phone numbers, and then the girl left. She didn't ask for a penny from Jiang Hai, nor did she have any other requests. After all, she didn't specialize in this. It turned out that she still enjoyed this night. Moreover, the breakfast was paid for by Jiang Hai, so they just exchanged phone numbers and left. As for Jiang Hai, after breakfast, he followed the similarly refreshed Moses Adams to the place that sold airplanes that American Express had introduced to him a while ago. This place was a special exhibition hall in the urban area. It was not much different from the exhibition hall of a 4S store. It was just that the cars were replaced with airplanes. However, buying airplanes was not buying cars after all. Airplanes took up too much space, and it was impossible to line them up in a row for you to choose. So basically, these places that sold airplanes only had about 10 or 8 of the more popular ones parked there. However, there would be more helicopters parked there. If you had special requirements to buy airplanes, you also needed to make an appointment in advance. In fact, most of the airplanes placed here were either in stock or had been ordered by the customer. Before the customer took them away, they were placed here to keep up appearances. Although it was Jiang Hai's first time buying this thing, it wasn't Moses Adams's first time. On the way, Moses Adams also asked Jiang Hai what kind of plane he wanted to buy. When he heard that Jiang Hai wanted to buy an AT-802F, he nodded gently. Jiang Hai's manner was not small, so it was suitable to buy an airplane. When they arrived at the place where they bought the plane, there was already a service staff waiting for them. Since Jiang Hai had already decided what kind of plane he wanted to buy, there was no need to talk nonsense. There was cash for the AT-802F here, and Jiang Hai could just go and see it. The price of this AT-802F is $460,000. If you want to buy a farm machine, you can enjoy a certain discount, but you have to pay for it first. It will only be reduced when you pay the tax. Jiang Hai and Moses Adams looked at the big guy in front of them. Even Jiang Hai could not help but let out a soft "oh." The things made by different countries all had their own special features. For example, no matter what the Russians made, there was only one word to describe it: big, and then sturdy. In Europe, the things made by France were only 2 words to describe it: good-looking, but not practical, and whether it was sturdy or not was another matter. Looking good was the most important thing. The things made by the British were only 2 words to describe it: grand. They wanted to show the spirit of the world's overlords. The things made by the Germans were strict, but not good-looking. The things made by the Italians were weird, not suitable for the battlefield, not practical, but very much in line with the taste of the fashion world. As for the things made by the Americans, well, they could be capricious, because no one knew what the next thing they would make would be. Think about the P-47 and the F-22. In fact, the people of the Americans were the most unpredictable. As for Russia, the main thing is that they will build whichever country they like. Chapter 161. Height 4. 12 meters, length 12. 3 meters, wingspan 20 meters. Although he already knew the specific data of this behemoth, Jiang Hai still felt a little nervous. This is an airplane. He really didn't think that one day he would be able to afford this thing. Licking his dry lips, Jiang Hai looked at the salesperson beside him. I want this airplane, but I also need a helicopter. Is there anything you can recommend? This airplane's empty weight alone is more than 3 tons. If it flies around, just the cost of diesel alone is not less than the money Jiang Hai earns when he goes fishing. Therefore, this airplane is destined to only fly once every few days, mainly to spread medicine and bait. As for patrols and the like, it is cheaper to use a helicopter, and the price of this thing is not expensive. Oh, there are also many brands of helicopters. If you are using it in the manner, a single-engine helicopter is enough. Of course, if you want to buy more, we are also very welcome. We will give you a satisfactory discount. Hearing that Jiang Hai also needs a helicopter, the salesperson's face suddenly brightened up. This is good news. If you talk about helicopters, the best is naturally the Bell series. This kind of helicopter has a large interior, a wide range of uses, and a wide variety. Even if you drive it out, you won't lose face. If you don't like the Bell series and feel that it is a little silly, the Hummingbird series is also not bad. There are also Enstrom, Robinson, McDowell, E.C., Schwarzer, Sikorsky. We even have Huaxia, Air China, Zhejiang Red Eagle, and Hafei. We have all of them here. Hafei. Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't expect to see a domestic airplane here. There has always been a rumor that domestic engines are not good enough. It is difficult to make cars, let alone airplanes. How can there be domestic airplanes in the United States now? Although he wants to make a sample of domestic airplanes, to be honest, he is not confident in his heart. Hafei, it's true. Yes, Hefei. To be honest, Chinese products are very reliable, especially foreign exchange products. I'm not saying this just because you are Chinese. This Hefei helicopter is indeed not bad. It's a light aircraft with a length of 13.012 meters, a height of 3.14 meters, a rotor diameter of 10.69 meters, an empty weight of 1180 kilograms, a takeoff weight of 2 tons, and a maximum takeoff weight of 2 tons. Its cruising speed is 220 to 240 kilometers per hour, and its maximum cruising distance is 560 kilometers per hour, and its endurance is 3.7 hours. This is a pretty good standard. Look at Bell 206, which is about the same price as this one. No matter if it's Type A, Type B, or Type C, they are all smaller than this one. The largest Type C only has a takeoff weight of 1814 kilograms, and a flying speed of 225 kilometers per hour. Its only advantage is that it can cruise a little more than 620 kilometers. But to be honest, you are going to patrol the fishing grounds, and it's so close to the fishing grounds. Is there a big difference between the 60 kilometers route and the fishing route? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the salesman also spoke. Sure enough, Jiang Hai picked up the list handed over by the salesman. He looked at it. Sure enough, the Bell 206, which was known as the seller of helicopters, had a total of 3 types. The cheapest Type A was $800,000, and the most expensive Type C was $1,200,000. This helicopter was even more expensive than fixed-wing aircraft. Of course, there were also cheaper ones. The cheapest type was the Bell 47, which could be bought for more than $60,000. But Jiang Hai didn't like it because it was too ugly. Moreover, this helicopter only had a maximum takeoff weight of 1,340 kilograms, a maximum horizontal flight speed of 169 kilometers per hour, a range of 402 kilometers, and only 4 seats. This was the most economical and practical helicopter. However, after Jiang Hai saw the Bell 206 and Hafei's helicopter, he had no interest in this. Then, he looked at Hafei's helicopter. Sure enough, except for the maximum range, which was 60 kilometers shorter than the Type 206C, the rest of the models were all in red. Moreover, it was cheaper than the Type 206C at only $650,000. Although it was still more expensive than a fixed-wing aircraft, it was still within Jiang Hai's acceptable range. The most important thing was that Jiang Hai saw the name of this helicopter, ZHI-11. F*CK, G11. When he saw the pinyin, Jiang Hai cursed subconsciously. "Sir, do you know this helicopter?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the salesman was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. "Of course I know. This is it." Although Jiang Hai was not a military fan, he used to be a netizen. How could he not know about the famous G11? This was the ambitious work of Huaxia Airlines. On some iron-blooded military websites, it was even called the most powerful armed helicopter that could challenge the Apache. It was a pure military product. Perhaps in China, some civilian manufacturers might not be very reliable, but Jiang Hai had never heard of anything that was not reliable. Since he had encountered it now, it was absolutely impossible for him not to buy it. Since he had already decided, Jiang Hai did not say anything more. He directly placed the order and paid the deposit. Next, he only needed to wait for these 2 helicopters to be delivered to his manor and let Bell and Marin Rupert inspect them. Then, he could pay the rest of the money. After solving a major problem in his heart, Jiang Hai was officially relieved. After coming out of this exhibition hall, he and Moses Adams were not in a hurry to go back. Instead, they took a good look around the world's largest city. Anyway, they had nothing else to do today. Although Jiang Hai had been in the United States for some time, he was not optimistic about the tourism industry here. But since he came here, he had to leave some marks. After they came out, they went to see the Statue of Liberty, then went to see Ground Zero. The so-called Ground Zero refers to the ruins of the World Trade Center that collapsed after September 11th. But now it had become an open space. In the middle of the open space, there was a sign that said, "We will never forget." It could be seen that this incident was really an indelible mark for the people of the United States. Then, they went to Lanark Square, which was actually the New York Times Square. Of course, in China, it was more translated as New York Times Square, but it really had nothing to do with the Times. At most, there would be a lot of people waiting to ring the bell every year during the New Year. After visiting here, they went back to Fifth Avenue, where they went yesterday. But today, they did not come here to buy things. They came here to have fun. The Empire State Building, the Public Library, Rockefeller Center, and Central Park. Jiang Hai came here today to visit all of them. In fact, he only visited half of them. Because there were many art museums and galleries near Central Park, it was almost like playing the lute to a cow. So, Jiang Hai just looked outside and gave up the idea of going in. With his temperament, he was destined to have no fate with art. It was better not to look at things that were full of 13 boxes. After visiting these attractions, it was already night time. Before inviting Moses Adams to the subway station in Flushing, they had an authentic barbecue. After that, Moses Adams took Jiang Hai to Broadway to watch an opera. Ahem, they slept in an opera. He was really not interested in this kind of thing, but today, he was very happy. After all, they came out to have fun. Happiness was the most important thing. After he and Moses Adams returned to the hotel in the evening, he went to take a shower first. Then, he took out the business card that the girl gave him when he bought the watch yesterday. According to Moses Adams, if he did not take advantage of this, he would be punished by God. Jiang Hai was a person who respected ghosts and gods the most. He was very afraid of God's punishment, so he took advantage of this opportunity. Originally, the girl thought that Jiang Hai, her sugar daddy, would not reply. After receiving the call, she was very excited. That night, she went to Jiang Hai's room. After having a midnight snack with him, she carefully explained the function of this watch to him. In the end, Jiang Hai still only understood the date and the normal time. He still did not understand the rest, and he was not willing to understand. Compared to the watch, he was more willing to understand the girl's own depression. After a process that could not be described in words, it was February 13th. Of course, this referred to the American time. In the distant Huaxia, it was already February 14th today. For Jiang Hai, getting up with different girls in the morning was something that he did not even dare to think about before. Of course, he would not always think about this in the future. He was now giving himself a vacation. When he returned to the manor, he probably would not think about it anymore. In the morning, after eating breakfast with the girl, he specially took her out for a walk. This girl was different from Maggie. Maggie was a simple one-night stand, but this girl didn't leave in the morning. If she didn't get something, she wouldn't leave so easily. In fact, for such an obvious effect, Jiang Hai still liked it very much, because it was not troublesome. After the two separated at noon, Jiang Hai returned to the hotel because that night was the first day of the All-Star weekend. That night, one of the preliminaries for the All-Star game, the Celebrity Challenge, would be held at 7 p.m. The Rookie Challenge would be held at 9 p.m. Tomorrow, at 7:30 p.m., the All-Star Weekend would officially begin. The Shooting Star, Skills Competition, Three-Point Competition, and Slam Dunk Competition would all be held tomorrow. Of course, the venue was different. Although the competition would start at Madison Square Garden, today's and tomorrow's competitions would be held at the Nets' home court, Brooklyn's Barclays Center. Although the NBA's influence in the United States was not as big as football or baseball, it was only slightly stronger than ice hockey. But after all, it was one of the 4 major leagues in the United States. In addition, tomorrow was Valentine's Day. The atmosphere of the All-Star Game and Valentine's Day pushed New York to its peak. Jiang Hai had lived for so long, but this was the first time he felt so good. Chapter 162. Phew, I'm a little nervous. With the ticket in his hand, Jiang Hai came to the first row of the basketball team's Barclays Arena. His eyes were also looking around. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He kept wiping them on his pants. As for Moses Adams, although his seat was next to Jiang Hai, he was still a lawyer. Even though he had a good personal relationship with Jiang Hai, he still knew a lot of people. As soon as he entered, he greeted everyone. On the other hand, Jiang Hai came to sit here first. Although he had the ticket in his hand, it was his first time sitting here. He was a little scared. Hey, is this your first time watching a game live? Just as Jiang Hai's eyes were looking around, a white man walked over from a distance with a smile and sat next to Jiang Hai. This guy looked a little older than Jiang Hai, but not by much. The clothes he wore were not much different from the other fans. He was also wearing the uniform of this year's Western Conference All-Star. However, what surprised Jiang Hai was that he was fully armed. The weather outside was very cold, so he was not afraid of freezing. Yeah, it's my first time watching a game so close. He was embarrassed to say that he had never watched an NBA game before. He could only find an excuse and say that it was his first time watching a game so close. Then let's enjoy it. The All-Star game is not for you to be nervous. It's for you to have fun. The man patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and laughed. When he heard his words, Jiang Hai's original nervousness relaxed a little. You're from Huaxia. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, he relaxed a little. The man did not hold back and sat directly next to Jiang Hai. Yes. Jiang Hai was a little surprised to hear that he was from Huaxia, because in the United States, although the proportion of Chinese people was the largest among all the Asians, when an American asked where an Asian came from, they would mostly say Japan or Korea, and rarely would they ask if he was from Huaxia. Although he had no love for these two countries, the attitude of these two countries towards outsiders was still very worthy of recognition. At least it gave others a feeling that they were very polite. Oh, I've been to Huaxia, where I rose. I've been to Taiwan province there. Are you from there? Hearing that Jiang Hai really came from Huaxia, the white man also became enthusiastic. No, Tai province is the southern tip of Huaxia. I'm from the northernmost city. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai said to the man. Oh, that's a pity, but Tai province is really fun. There are a lot of delicious food there. The climate is average, too hot, but the girls are very enthusiastic, and their voices are very fun. Hearing that Jiang Hai was not from Tai province, the man was a little disappointed, but then he put it behind him and began to talk to Jiang Hai about Tai province. But speaking of Tai province, Jiang Hai has never been to Tai province. Hey, Para, it's time to warm up. Just as the man and Jiang Hai were chatting happily, a black man shouted at the guy in the distance. Hearing this voice, the white man also stood up. Are you going to play in the game? Seeing that this guy was really going to warm up, Jiang Hai was also a little curious. Yeah, after chatting for so long, we can be considered friends. Remember to cheer for me later. Seeing Jiang Hai's curious gaze, the guy couldn't help but say proudly. Then, he quickly ran to the court and did a warm-up shot. At this time, Moses Adams finally finished greeting and sat back next to Jiang Hai. Looking at the white man, he was obviously stunned. He looked at Jiang Hai and asked curiously, Do you know Robert Para? Robert Para? Who is that? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai thought about it carefully. It seems that he doesn't know this person. It's the guy who talked to you just now. He's the owner of the Grizzlies, Robert Para, the most eligible bachelor in the IT industry. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams couldn't help but complain in his heart. You don't know him, why are you chatting so happily with him? Seeing Moses Adams's expression, Jiang Hai smiled a little awkwardly. It's better to have someone to chat with than to sit here alone. However, after hearing Moses Adams's words, he still took out his phone to check. In the end, Jiang Hai was also shocked by the results. This Robert Para was really a powerful person. Compared to Jiang Hai, who had a cheat, this man rose to prominence with his own ability. This man was born in 1977, only 11 years older than Jiang Hai. In 2003, he joined Apple as a hardware engineer and was responsible for the work related to the Wi-Fi base station. He resigned in 2005 and used $30,000 as startup capital to make a sample in his apartment. It was a classic example of an empty-handed person. with this sample and a website. He received 3,000 pre-ordered systems and an advance payment of $240,000. Then, he flew to Taiwan province and found a hardware company there to make his current main product, a wireless network device named Yubi. After listing on Nasdaq in 2011, it was out of control. Now, his net worth was as high as $9.2 billion. He was a famous eligible bachelor in the United States. When Jiang Hai saw this number, he was shocked. $9.2 billion. Well, at least he didn't have to think about it for the next few years. The reason he became a player was because of his identity, and also because he was now the owner of the Grizzlies. The rise of the Grizzlies in recent years was inseparable from him. Sometimes, in an NBA team, it was indeed a very happy thing to have an owner who loved basketball. Whether it was Mark Cuban or Robert Pera, at least they were willing to invest money in the team. Who else is in this Masters competition? After reading Robert Pera's introduction, Jiang Hai elbowed Moses Adams beside him and asked him. Although he didn't know these people, Moses Adams was very familiar with them. Ahem, did you see the two people in the Eastern Conference coach's seat? Moses Adams asked with a smile when he heard Jiang Hai's doubts. I know those two, Cameron Anthony and Spike Lee. I also watched the live broadcast, okay? Jiang Hai rolled his eyes at Moses Adams. As one of the top superstars in the NBA, how could he not know Anthony and New York's hardcore fan, Spike Lee? Hee, you know the Eastern Conference coach, but you definitely don't know the Western Conference coach. The coach over there is the two hosts of ESPN's Mike and Mike program, Mike Ritchie and Mike Grimber. The black man over there is Kevin Hart. He is an actor. He acted in Meet Your Father-in-Law and Scream. Moses Adams smiled awkwardly and immediately introduced the others. Sure enough, other than these two people, Jiang Hai really didn't know the other people. He knew Scream, but he only had some impression of the female lead in the movie. He didn't have any impression of the others, let alone this black man. Anthony isn't Anthony. He is also an actor. He also acted in Scream. That is Ansel Elgort. He acted as Witch Carey. Although his acting skills are not good, he is handsome. TSK, that is Chadwick Boseman. He is also an actor, but I guess you haven't seen the movies he acted in. The Indian is Abhishek Bachchan. He is known as the Brad Pitt of Bollywood, but I haven't seen the movies he acted in. I guess you haven't seen them either. There are also some famous players in the NBA. The uncle over there is Chris Mullin. That is Allen Houston. He was once the king of center shooting in New York. There are also some WNBA players. With Moses Adams' introduction, Jiang Hai had a general understanding of these people. Basically, the celebrity game was just a game for fun. No one took it too seriously. Other than celebrities from all walks of life, there were also some retired NBA stars or WNBA stars who needed to increase their popularity. Because of this, there weren't many spectators attending the Masters tournament. The attendance rate barely reached 60%. During the tournament, other than the occasional cheers, there weren't any other cheers. In the end, the Western Conference celebrity team won the game 57-51. Jiang Hai just sat there and watched the fun. Most of the time, when he did things, he was only passionate about it. Thinking back to when he was watching others play basketball, he went home and built a basketball court. After the basketball court was built, although he would occasionally practice, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, his physical fitness was there for all to see. As long as he practiced his dribbling well, he would be able to crush anyone in a one-on-one. This was inevitable. He didn't have any plans to enter the NBA, so he just wanted to have fun. Through the fan vote, the final score of the match was 15 points. Alright, out of a total of 57 points, 15 points was indeed a high score that was hard to come by. With 15 points and 2 rebounds, Kevin Hart was selected as the MVP of the Masters tournament for the 4th time in a row. It looked like he was flying as well. As for the participants of the Masters competition, they bowed to the audience and returned to the changing room. Of course, the stadium didn't fall silent. Instead, a cheerleading dance was performed. This time, the NBA All-Star Games cheerleading team consisted of 2 teams. One was the Brooklyn Nets. After all, this was their home court. The other was the New York Knicks. Therefore, in terms of appearance, these girls were quite good. After their dance performance, it was time for the first round of the All-Star Game, the Rookie All-Star Game. Before the rookie competition began, the rookies participating in this year's competition also came to the field to warm up. The seats, which were originally less than 60% full, were also increasing rapidly. Watching celebrities play basketball was definitely not as comfortable as watching official players play basketball, even if these players were only rookies. However, it was hard to say if there were any future All-Stars among these rookies. At the same time, the ticket price for the rookie game was much cheaper than the official game. Some people who had time would come to watch. Chapter 163. This year's All-Star Rookie Challenge was different from previous years. In previous years, it was always the first-year players against the second-year players. This was the tradition of the NBA. But to be honest, it was always so unintentional and boring. The most important thing was that sometimes, the talents of the first-year players and the second-year players were different. Sometimes, it wasn't very intense, but it was very interesting to watch. Ever since Adam Xiaohua became the president of the NBA, he had a lot of plans for the restructuring of the NBA. The Rookie Challenge was the first change he made. The original Rookie Challenge was between the first-year players and the second-year players. This year, he changed it to the U.S. team against the international team. Among the first-year and second-year players in the NBA, the U.S. national players would be selected to face the international players. This way, the game would have more confrontations. It would also show the future strength of the U.S. Basketball Conference and the International Basketball Conference. Sure enough, after his restructuring, the ticket sales for this year's Rookie Challenge were much better than before. The head coach of the international team this year was the assistant coach of the Eastern Conference's best team, the Hawks, Kenny Atkinson. The head coach of the U.S. team was the assistant coach of the Warriors, King Terry. It had to be admitted that the Warriors were very ambitious recently. This could be seen from the coaching staff of the Xing duo. King Terry had been the head coach of the Phoenix Suns in the past, and his results were not bad. He had even made it to the Western Finals. But now, he was willing to be an assistant coach in the Warriors. It was clear that the Warriors were very attractive. While the players were warming up, the big screen in the stadium introduced the members of the 2 teams. On the U.S. team, there were the 76ers' best rookie last year, Michael Carter-Williams, and Michael Carter-Williams. When these 3 names were put together, it was really intimidating. There was the Magic's current outside core, Odebora, the Jazz's main power forward, Trey Burke, Pop from the Pistons, Zach Lavin from the Minnesota Timberwolves, Muhammad, who was also from the Timberwolves, Nolan Noel, the 76ers' top draft pick last year, who was only selected as the 6th pick, Mason Plumlee, the second of the 3 Plumlee brothers from the Brooklyn Nets, Cody Zeller, one of the 3 Zeller brothers from the Charlotte Bobcats. No, they had changed their name to the Charlotte Hornets this year. There was also the Magic's power forward, Peyton, whose hair was cooler than his skills. On the international team, there was this year's top draft pick, Andrew Wiggins from the Minnesota Timberwolves, who was traded for Love by the Cavaliers. he was a Canadian. There was also Steven Adams from the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Bucks Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, also known as Alphabet Bro. This person was very popular in the NBA recently. He used a three-step layup from outside the three-point line and occupied a lot of the screen. There were also the players here, Bojan Bogdanovic of the Nets, Gorgui Dieng of the Timberwolves, the Jazz's third potential power forward, Dante Exum, the Bulls' riffraff Nikola Mirotic, the Jazz's inside player, Rudy Gobert, the Atlanta Hawks' Blondie Schroeder, and Kelly Olynyk, the Boston Celtics player who had met Jiang Hai once. To be exact, he had a ball game with Jiang Hai, the Boston Celtics player, Kelly Olynyk. Looking at these people doing warm-up shots on the court, Jiang Hai sat on the sidelines and kept taking photos of the people on the court with his mobile phone. For him, the game had not yet started. Instead of watching here, it was better to take some photos and post them to his circle of friends. That way, he would have a lot of shares. Just as Jiang Hai was feeling happy, a face suddenly appeared in his camera. "It's you." Looking at this face, Jiang Hai was also shocked. He resisted the urge to punch him and took a closer look at the owner of this face. Then he frowned because he also knew this guy. Just the day before yesterday, he had some conflicts with the bastard, Justin Bieber. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, Justin Bieber said with an unhappy face, "I also want to say how it's you." Originally, he was a die-hard basketball fan. A few years ago, when his reputation was still good, he was invited to the All-Star game. In fact, if it wasn't for his bad reputation, the NBA would have been very willing to promote with him. After all, it was good publicity. But now, the NBA didn't want to have anything to do with him. The All-Star game wouldn't invite him again, but he still liked basketball. Even if he had to pay for it, he would still come to watch the game. Especially since this guy was a patriotic guy. With a Canadian like Andrew Wiggins here, it wasn't a big deal for him to be here to support him. Looking at Bieber's big face, Jiang Hai gave him the middle finger and then continued to play with his mobile phone. He didn't want to have anything to do with this guy. This guy was really a bad person. "You're also here to watch the game. Can you understand it?" However, just because Jiang Hai ignored him didn't mean that he ignored Jiang Hai. Looking at Jiang Hai sitting there, he also moved to Jiang Hai's side and said to Jiang Hai with a proud face, "I know it better than you." Jiang Hai looked at this guy and said with an unhappy face, "Know it better than me? Hey, you're really good at bragging. Do Asians also play basketball? Don't you only produce centers? Don't tell me that with your height, you're also a center." Looking at Jiang Hai, Justin Bieber said with a happy face. Indeed, in the past few years, Hua Xia had cultivated the most players into the NBA in Asia. However, there was only one person who directly played, and that was Yao Ming. Even if Emperor Yi had some outstanding performances in the NBA, it was only occasionally. If his defense improved a little, he could also be a rotation player. After all, his explosive scoring power was still good. However, the problem was that he was not a core player and his defense was below average. In the end, it was difficult for him to return to China after the end of his rookie season. In addition to these two, the other Asian players, which could also be said to be domestic players, couldn't stand firm in the NBA. Although Sun Yu and Coach Ba got 2 championship rings in the end, it was basically a victory for them. For Europeans and Americans, the Asians' basketball skills were not good. It seemed that this was a very common thing. If you're not convinced, let's play a game. Hearing Justin Bieber's words, Jiang Hai also put down the phone in his hand. Although he admitted that Hua Xia's team might not be able to beat the American team, he was a Canadian. What was there to be cocky about? Besides, even if Hua Xia's team couldn't beat the Americans, it didn't mean that Jiang Hai couldn't beat them. He was so strong that even he felt scared. Okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Justin Bieber also looked at him. That day at the nightclub, he was in a bad mood. Why did he have to apologize to him when he was beaten? Now that he had a chance to teach Jiang Hai a lesson, he wouldn't give up. You set a time. Hearing that he agreed, Jiang Hai didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Justin Bieber's face also brimmed with a smile. Then let's play now. Now. Let's go out and play. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment. Don't watch the game. Why go out? We'll play here. Seeing Jiang Hai's surprised expression, Justin Bieber smiled. Then, regardless of whether Jiang Hai was willing or not, he stood up from his seat and went straight to the left side of the court. Hey, Andrew, you guys take a break first. I want to borrow your court. I'm going to have a bullfight with a guy. Regardless of Jiang Hai's stunned gaze, Justin Bieber walked straight to Andrew Wiggins and said proudly. As the pride of Canadians, Andrew Wiggins was naturally very familiar with Justin Bieber. Although he did a lot of disgusting things and was boycotted in the United States, in Canada, he was still a national treasure, so Andrew Wiggins had a good relationship with him. This, I have to ask the coach. Hearing Justin Bieber's words, Andrew smiled slightly awkwardly. Although he was this year's top scorer, he was still just a rookie. At this time, he naturally had to ask the coach's opinion. Fortunately, their coach was the assistant coach of the Hawks. Everyone knew that the head coach of the Hawks, Hornacek, was under Popovich, so the character of their team's coaching staff was not much different from that of the Spurs. Basically, they were the kind of people who valued the regular season and the playoffs more than life and death. But when it came to the All-Star game, which many people paid attention to, they almost didn't care. The super core of the Spurs, the most powerful forward in the history of the NBA, Tim Duncan, had only shared the All-Star MVP award with O'Neal in 1900. After that, for many years, he was just a bystander. Therefore, when the coach found out that Justin Bieber was going to play, he shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't care. Since he didn't care, the other players were also happy to take a break. Seeing that half of the court had been cleared, Andrew Wiggins smiled and stuffed the basketball into Justin Bieber's arms. He winked at him and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Holding the basketball, Justin Bieber turned his head and looked at Jiang Hai, who was still in a daze, and shouted, "Hey, come on up." Now, Jiang Hai was really in a daze. He really wanted to teach this guy a lesson on the basketball court, but he really didn't think that it would be on the NBA All-Star game. For a moment, he was a little numb. Looking at Justin Bieber, who was constantly waving his arms on the court, Moses Adams leaned over to Jiang Hai and whispered to Jiang Hai, "Hey, boss, are you reliable? If I said that I don't know, how would you feel?" Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai whispered back, "Then what do we do now?" Chapter 164. What did it mean to ride a tiger and have no way to back down? What did it mean to have no choice but to release the arrow when it was nocked? What did it mean to not seek death and not die? Of course, the last sentence was for Justin Bieber. However, Jiang Hai did feel that it was a little troublesome now. This was a personal grudge, a duel in front of tens of thousands of people. This was something that made one feel overwhelmed. Jiang Hai was in a dilemma now. If he said that he couldn't go up, would he still want his face? However, if he said that, he really felt a little guilty and afraid. He didn't know what to do. "Hey, come up. You're not afraid, are you?" Seeing Jiang Hai's hesitation, Justin Bieber kept waving his arms and provoking Jiang Hai to come up. He even deliberately dribbled the ball on the court and played some tricks. The audience on the sidelines didn't know what was going on at this time. They only saw Justin Bieber constantly making some provocative moves on the court, as if he was asking someone to play basketball. Following the principle of watching a show and not being afraid of making it big, they also booed Bieber. Listening to these boos, Jiang Hai felt that his legs were getting weaker and weaker. This was the first time in Jiang Hai's life that he was so timid. Following the principle that he would rather die standing than live sitting down, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth, slapped his leg hard, and said in a low voice, F***ck, so be it. Then he stood up with his legs and walked onto the court. Seeing Jiang Hai stand up, Justin Bieber also clapped happily. The cameras on the sidelines also wanted to know who Bieber's opponent was. They also gave Jiang Hai a close-up, but unfortunately, Jiang Hai wasn't a star, and he wasn't very handsome. This made the audience on the sidelines somewhat disappointed. They originally thought that it would be a battle between stars, but now it seemed to be a one-man show by Bieber. Hey guys, it looks like there's a bullfight going on down there. I didn't expect there to be desserts to watch before the competition starts. Because the match had not started yet, the people in the broadcast booth upstairs were also fiddling with the wires. The 4 commentators of TNT were also chatting or playing with their phones. Kenny Smith, who was sitting in the corner, looked up when he heard some commotion below. As a result, he happened to see the bullfight that was going on the field. Me? Is there a bullfight? Hearing that there was a show to watch, Charles Buckley and O'Neill immediately ran over. The 2 behemoths instantly pushed Kenny Smith aside and leaned against the glass to watch. Looks like Justin Bieber is causing trouble again. On the other side, Uncle Emmy also walked over with a smile. He glanced at the arena below. It would be nice to be able to watch the show before the live broadcast. Hey, Shaq, I don't think I've seen this person before. Is he a Huaxia celebrity? You always go to Huaxia. You should know him. Looking at Jiang Hai, who was doing a simple warm-up on the field, Charles Buckley tried hard to recall. He shouldn't know this guy. He couldn't help but look at Shaq O'Neill behind him and asked with some confusion. I don't think I know him either. Whatever, let's watch. By the way, Charles, guess who will win? Looking at the 2 people below, O'Neill shook his head. He really didn't know Jiang Hai. Of course, the number of Huaxia celebrities he knew was limited. Although Bieber is a naughty kid, I still think he will win. Shaking his head, Charles Buckley said with certainty. Seeing that Charles Buckley actually guessed Bieber, O'Neill was a little speechless. He immediately said to him, F***ck, why don't you guess the mysterious man? You know, you can tell from his skin color that he is from Asia. Maybe he is from Huaxia and knows martial arts. If he is from Japan, maybe he knows ninjutsu or something. Unfortunately, Charles Buckley was not stupid. He glanced at this guy and said to him, You think so highly of him. Guess he will win. Although Bieber is a naughty kid, I still think he will win. But after hearing Barker's words, O'Neill shrugged and said regretfully. Then, the 2 of them laughed cheekily. However, even though the 2 of them laughed very cheekily, it also proved that Justin Bieber, as a basketball enthusiast, was indeed not bad. At least on the street court, he was a half-thigh existence. Otherwise, they would not have guessed that he was the one. But no matter what these people thought, Jiang Hai, who was on the court at this time, had also finished warming up. After casually throwing his jacket to Moses Adams, he stood on the court and looked at Justin Bieber, who was still dribbling and showing off his skills. He said, How do you play? It's very simple. Don't you know the most basic bullfighting? One person attacks, one person defends. Continue to attack if you score. If you don't score or go out of bounds, trade the right to serve. Whoever scores 7 points first wins. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Justin Bieber also said quickly. Then let's start. Jiang Hai said and walked to the free throw line. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Justin Bieber was stunned. Holding the basketball, Justin Bieber looked at Jiang Hai and said loudly, "Aren't you going to throw a three-pointer to decide who will attack first?" "No, you attack first. Otherwise, you won't even be able to touch the ball." Jiang Hai was still very confident in his own strength. After saying this lightly, he casually stood at the free throw line and waited for Justin Bieber to attack. Damn it. Seeing Jiang Hai deal with him so casually, Justin Bieber's eyes turned red. He cursed under his breath. After washing the ball, he slowly dribbled the ball toward the three-point line. This game will be over very quickly. Watching the game on the court, Olenek, who was off the court, said softly while drinking the viscous, mustard-like drink to recover his strength. Olenek was also a player from Canada, but his relationship with Justin Bieber was not as good as that of Andrew Wiggins. After all, he was the top scorer. Yeah, although Justin Bieber is not a good person, his level is still not bad. This game will probably end very quickly. Hearing his voice, Mirotic, who was sitting next to him, also said with a smile. No, you're mistaken. I mean, that guy will win. When he heard Mirotic's words, Olenek shook his head and pointed his finger at Jiang Hai, who was still on the field. He obviously still remembered the existence that their coach had called a monster. Hearing Olenek's confident words, Mirotic didn't know how to continue. He could only take it as Olenek said it casually. He raised his head and looked at the court. I'm coming. At this time, Justin Bieber had also dribbled to the three-point line. After saying this to Jiang Hai, he suddenly accelerated and rushed to the left side of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai didn't even bother to extend his hand. He took a step and blocked in front of him. All of this was actually within Justin Bieber's calculations. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He instantly changed direction and rushed to the right. But the moment he completed his move, Jiang Hai seemed to ignore gravity. He took another step to the right and appeared in front of him. Although he was blocked twice in a row, Justin Bieber was not discouraged. Instead, he moved along with his center of gravity and made a huge pulling motion. He turned to the left again, then took a step and was about to turn around again. But Jiang Hai's body appeared in front of him again at this time. Then, Justin Bieber jumped around like a giant grasshopper, but no matter how he jumped, he couldn't leave Jiang Hai's side. He was really being watched. Jiang Hai strolled around like he was taking a stroll, but every time he appeared, he would block Justin Bieber's path. Seeing this scene, the boos and cheers of the audience became louder and louder. The pressure on Jiang Hai was now all transferred to Justin Bieber. This made Bieber more and more anxious. Finally, when Jiang Hai blocked in front of him again, he was a little unhappy. He leaned directly against Jiang Hai and wanted to take a backward jump shot. I don't believe that you can interfere with me when I make a move. When his body flew into the air, Justin Bieber's face also showed a special smile. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly rose in front of him. The whole body directly blocked between him and the basket. So high. Seeing Jiang Hai's jump, not to mention the audience on the sidelines, even Neil and the others on the second floor were stunned. Who knew that such an unknown guy would have such strength? Looking at Jiang Hai's smiling face in the air, Justin Bieber was also stunned. He subconsciously pushed the basketball in his hand, but Jiang Hai directly smashed the basketball out of the sidelines like a volleyball. One attack is over. It's my turn. After landing again, Jiang Hai looked at Justin Bieber, who was a little scared out of his wits, and chuckled. With this level of skill, he still dares to play with me. This guy is really looking for death. Gulp, let's do it. Justin Bieber swallowed hard. Even if he lost, he didn't want to lose. He roared and said to Jiang Hai. Some nosy fans had already picked up the basketball that Jiang Hai had just slapped away. Jiang Hai also walked to the center circle and pushed the ball to Justin Bieber. This was a wash. Justin Bieber also slapped the ball back. But he didn't expect Jiang Hai to catch the ball and shoot. Yes, remember Jiang Hai's shooting range. It covered the entire half of the court. If he shot here, it was no different from shooting a two-pointer. As Jiang Hai's wrist shook, the basketball reflected Justin Bieber's surprised, puzzled, and confused eyes. It plunged into the opposite basket. The whole audience was silent for a moment. Chapter 165. It's coming. When he saw Jiang Hai making a move, Olenek held his face and said indifferently, "Don't worry. It's coming." What's coming? Oh my God, what kind of trick is this? Miritich, who was still a little confused at first, was still a little puzzled after hearing Olenek's words. However, when he saw Jiang Hai's shot go straight into the basket like a guided missile, he couldn't help but be shocked and almost bit his tongue. In fact, he wasn't the only one who almost bit his tongue. Originally, when these people saw Jiang Hai's defense just now, they were a little confused because they realized that Jiang Hai's speed, strength, jumping ability, and the most terrifying thing was his balance. All of these were extremely strong. It was as if he was playing, compressing Justin Bieber's space of movement to the extreme. And now, Jiang Hai's move made them extremely surprised. They didn't know how to describe it. Miritich opened his mouth wide in horror. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. After a long while, he muttered softly, "This guy, he must have guessed it. His shooting percentage is as high as 90% without any defense. I don't think it's possible to guess it. Moreover, he hasn't shown his most terrifying side yet." Olenek touched his face and said with lingering fear as he thought about the blow he suffered that day. He hasn't shown it yet." Hearing his words, Miritich didn't know how to continue this time. "You're really lucky." Again. At this time, Justin Bieber on the court had also recovered from the shock just now. He swallowed hard, picked up the basketball that rolled back to his side, and threw it to Jiang Hai. After Jiang Hai received the ball, he naturally did it again. The same position, the same angle, and even the sound of the basket hitting the basket was the same. With another schwa sound, the basketball hit the basket again. Seeing this, the audience, who were already confused, became even more confused. After being stunned for about 10 seconds, the entire stadium exploded. Everyone was talking crazily about when the luck ball could become a regular weapon. People who were not very familiar with Jiang Hai were discussing him crazily. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai was not a star. Secondly, he had never been on TV. Thirdly, he was not a celebrity or a founder. Therefore, even if they searched the internet, they couldn't find any news about Jiang Hai. However, this didn't stop these people from admiring Jiang Hai. A person who can throw 3 points in the half-court as if he was throwing 2 points. What a terrifying existence. I haven't said start yet. I haven't washed the ball. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing the buzzing in his ears was like a fly's buzzing. Justin Bieber was at a loss. He looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face. Then it doesn't count. It's up to you. He shrugged. It was just a ball. He didn't care. Who cares? Again, start. Seeing Jiang Hai's indifferent attitude, Justin Bieber was furious. He picked up the ball again and threw it to Jiang Hai. Then, he yelled, "Start." Just before he yelled, he had already rushed toward Jiang Hai. He wanted to block Jiang Hai's shot. But to be honest, Jiang Hai didn't want to shoot now. Looking at Justin Bieber rushing over, Jiang Hai gently dribbled the basketball and then stepped with his right foot. In Justin Bieber's eyes, Jiang Hai almost instantly turned into a shadow. Like a storm, he directly blew past him. The loud sound even made his face hurt. By the time he reacted, Jiang Hai had already broken through him like he was taking a stroll. What a fast first step. As a former NBA player, Kenny Smith, who was known for his speed, was shocked when he saw Jiang Hai's first step. Jiang Hai's first step was even faster than Wade at his peak. From above, Jiang Hai was like a sharp knife. His body flashed, and he had already passed Justin Bieber. After a few dribbles, he had already rushed into the three-point line. When he entered the three-point line, Jiang Hai had already picked up the ball. One false step, two firm steps. The moment his right foot stepped on the free throw line, he flew straight up as if he had been catapulted. The audience sitting in the first row could clearly see that when he flew up, his head was almost above the height of the basket. He really flew high and far. He even had the leisure to step down and change hands in the air. Then, he grabbed the basketball with his right hand, raised it high, and smashed it heavily into the basket. When he came down from the basket, the audience in the stadium felt as if they had been punched in the chest. It took a few seconds for them to react, and then they burst into a roar that shook the sky. Good physical fitness. Jumping from the free throw line with one foot and changing hands with the tomahawk. Ahem, Zach Lavin, are we reliable tomorrow? Looking at Jiang Hai's attack, the fans on the sidelines were more surprised and cheered wildly. The NBA players off the court were a little dumbfounded. The laymen were there for the excitement, while the experts were there for the skill. They could see that there was a monster living in Jiang Hai's body, which did not look very strong. Even LeBron James, who was known as the #1 monster in the NBA, did not have such a hard strength when he was at his peak. Especially Odebora and Zach Lavin, who were going to participate in the dunk contest tomorrow. After the two of them looked at each other, Odebora carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to Zach Lavin. Zach Lavin curled his lips. He did not know what to say. He had no problem jumping from the free throw line for a dunk. He even looked better than Jiang Hai when he switched hands with the tomahawk. However, when these two things were combined, the difficulty was not as simple as 1 + 1. After moving his neck a little, Jiang Hai smiled as he took the ball and walked in front of Justin Bieber, who was already in a daze. He stuffed the basketball into his arms and smiled as he gestured to. 2 balls, continue. Oh, okay. Seeing that Jiang Hai did not intend to let him go, Justin Bieber licked his lips and said stiffly. Then he washed the ball again, but this time, he was a little confused because he did not know if he should rush again. However, even if he did not rush, it did not mean that Jiang Hai would let him go. Without saying anything, he started again. This time, he was not only fast, but also continuously fast. The speed at which he dribbled the ball was even faster than the King of Hell, Devin Harris, at his peak. He rushed straight towards Justin Bieber. Looking at Jiang Hai, who was constantly enlarging in his pupils, Justin Bieber was really frightened. He really thought that Jiang Hai was going to hit him. Just as Jiang Hai's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was about to lie on the ground to avoid it, Jiang Hai's body stopped less than 5 centimeters in front of him. The inertia and gravity seemed to have no effect on Jiang Hai's body at all. Looking at Justin Bieber's sweat dripping down because of fear, Jiang Hai's mouth revealed a devilish smile. Who asked this guy to find trouble with me for no reason? I'll teach him a lesson and let him know how to behave in the future. The moment that smile was deeply imprinted in Justin Bieber's mind, Jiang Hai's body started again. It was a faster speed than before, and he flashed into the inside line in an instant. Before the reasonable collision zone, Jiang Hai's body soared into the air. At the moment of takeoff, after 2 consecutive turns, a double straight line slam dunk once again caused an uproar in the entire stadium. Wow, what is this? What is this? Don't tell me this guy is unorthodox. I feel that my face is red and swollen. Seeing Jiang Hai score the ball again, Charles Buckley on the other side had already roared loudly. His knees are as hard as steel. That kind of sudden stop and sudden move, I feel numb just thinking about it. As a former representative of the speed players, Kenny Smith shuddered and said with some lingering fear. That kind of sudden stop was really terrifying. If the person in front of him at this time was not Justin Bieber, who had long given up, but a defensive player, that move could even break the defensive player's leg. Of course, if the other side did not follow but used their eyes to guard, then it was a different story. Compared to his sudden stop and sudden move, the subsequent 720-degree slam dunk did not seem so important. This monster, how do you know him? Looking at Jiang Hai, who had picked up the basketball again, Mirotich's eyes could not leave Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai only scored 3 shots, the things that those 3 shots showed were really important. That frighteningly powerful long throw, that frighteningly powerful first step, that frighteningly powerful defensive prediction and body balance, and that frighteningly powerful ability to stop suddenly. It could be said that if this guy really entered the NBA, it would be his era. There would be no need for any foreshadowing. There would be no need for him to fight for power because he would be the best. However, he was now very curious about how Olenek knew him. He came to our team to try out, but then Mr. Ainge gave him a short 10-day contract and he left. Olenek shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, Olenek respected Danny Ainge quite a bit. However, based on this matter, he was really dissatisfied with Danny Ainge. How could he let such an overlord go just like that? He was so retarded that it was incomprehensible. A short 10-day contract? Ha, ha ha. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I feel that our game will receive even less attention. Mirotic smiled awkwardly. He could only give Danny Ainge a thumbs up in his heart. He could only say that this kind of person had done well by giving him a short 10-day contract. Otherwise, if Jiang Hai really entered the NBA, it would be their doom. Attention. What does this have to do with us? When he heard Mirotic's words, Olenek asked curiously. Hey, I'm in the starting lineup. I'm in the starting lineup. It turned out that even if he was in the starting lineup, not many people would remember him. Let's continue. At this time, Jiang Hai picked up the ball again. He walked in front of Justin Bieber, who was already in a daze. He handed the basketball over with a smile on his face. In Bieber's eyes, it was a devil's smile. Chapter 166. I have a stomachache. I'll go to the bathroom first. Wait for me when I come back. You must wait for me. Looking at the basketball that Jiang Hai handed over, Justin Bieber was a million times unwilling to take it. However, it was not his style to admit defeat. Therefore, he rolled his eyes and decided to escape by taking a dump. He did not give Jiang Hai time to react at all. He had already slapped away Jiang Hai's hand and ran away quickly. Although the booing along the way was deafening, he only had one thought at this time, and that was to get out of here quickly. He could not stand it anymore. Sho! Looking at him running away, the audience erupted. Almost everyone was giving him the middle finger. Some of the people close to him were cursing, but this didn't slow him down. Instead, he sped up. Hey, he's really shameless. Looking at Bieber's fleeing appearance, Jiang Hai chuckled and slowly walked back to his position. As for the basketball in his hand, he threw it behind him. The basketball was the same as the previous 2 long-range shots. As if it had a guidance system, it went straight into the basket. Wow, YM. Seeing Jiang Hai shoot the ball again, the audience did not have the leisure to care about Justin Bieber at this time. Instead, they shouted loudly. The so-called YM was the abbreviation of Yellow Man. Jiang Hai was not a celebrity. Secondly, he did not have an encyclopedia. Naturally, these people did not know what Jiang Hai was called. They could only use Jiang Hai's skin as an abbreviation to call him. This was not a race. In fact, it was just like in the United States, it did not matter to call a black person black. Jiang Hai had been here for a long time, so he did not care. He just smiled and waved to the crowd. Then, he sat down in front of Moses Adams again. Seeing that Jiang Hai was not going to play again, the audience here was very dissatisfied. However, they were dissatisfied that Jiang Hai was not going to play. Anyway, he did not rely on these people to make money. Wow, boss, you are really strong. Have you ever thought about playing in the NBA? How about I be your manager? Moses Adams said excitedly in Jiang Hai's ear when he heard the cheers. Come on, don't you know what kind of meat the cattle in my manor are? Do I need to go to the NBA? Rolling his eyes, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. Moses Adams also smiled when he heard Jiang Hai's words. Indeed, he knew how much potential Jiang Hai's manor had. Otherwise, he would not have stayed by Jiang Hai's side and flattered him so much. This guy now raises 20,000 cows. According to the calculation that a cow can be sold for $50,000, that is $1 billion. If it is sold for $100,000, that is $2 billion. This is just a year's amount. The most powerful player in the NBA, LeBron James, has played for more than 10 years and has not earned $2 billion. Compared with Jiang Hai's manor business, the player's scope is indeed too small. After confirming that Jiang Hai would not play again, the players on both sides also came to the court to warm up. However, unlike just now when they were showing off their skills and chatting, these people would always look at Jiang Hai from time to time because they knew that there was a monster sitting there. Even in the TNT studio, Charles Buckley, Neil, and the others were talking about Jiang Hai. It seemed that Miritich was right about one thing. The attention they were receiving was indeed decreasing. But now, who would pay attention to this? Even the head coaches of the two teams had their eyes set on Jiang Hai. Before the game started, the two came to talk to Jiang Hai, hoping that Jiang Hai could join their teams. But whether it was the Warriors or the Hawks, Jiang Hai had no interest in them. That was because the manor was the most important thing. Seeing Jiang Hai's firm refusal, the two sighed. In fact, they were just thinking about it. If they could really get Jiang Hai in their hands, then it would naturally be the best. But if Jiang Hai was in the hands of the other team, then they would not be able to sleep at night. Soon, the first official game of the 2015 NBA All-Star Game began. The starting lineup of the two teams was Payton, Oladipo, Bob, Noel, and Zeller. The world team was Schroeder, Wiggins, Antetokounmpo, Miritich, and Gobert. There were some sparks between the two teams. After all, one team represented the United States, and the other team represented the world team. This was also what Xiaohua wanted to see. Compared to previous years, the competition was indeed a lot more serious. In the end, the World Team defeated the United States Team 121 to 112. The total score of the two teams also set the lowest record since 2006. In the end, the World Team's top scorer, Andrew Wiggins, won the honor of the Rookie All-Star Challenge's Most Valuable Player. After that, the Hall of Fame press conference had nothing to do with Jiang Hai and the rest of the audience. After the match ended, Jiang Hai and Moses Adams returned to the hotel in a car. But at this time, on the internet, there were some videos that weren't very high definition that dominated the entire online world. The videos were of today's All-Star Rookie Challenge. However, no one was watching the actual game. They were watching the one-on-one game between Jiang Hai and Bieber. The bullfight was very short, only about 2 minutes, but it was exciting. It could be said that every minute, every second, and every second was exciting. Regardless of whether they liked basketball or not, after watching Jiang Hai's performance, they were all shocked and amazed. All kinds of comments swept over. Some people suspected that this was arranged by the NBA and that Jiang Hai was hanging from wires. Some people suspected that this was a movie. Some people stood up for Jiang Hai. Of course, there were also some brainless fans who scolded Jiang Hai. As an international star, Justin Bieber's popularity was not worse than some of the top NBA stars. It was even better. When the news spread back to China, it was already afternoon. When the first person clicked on the video, the fire in China burned even faster. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Hai. At this time, he had already returned to his room, satisfied. After taking a good shower, he lay down on the big bed and fell asleep. For him, today was a very happy day. It was also a day to have fun. That was all. The next day was the second day of the All-Star weekend. It was also the day when the All-Star game began. The first shooting star was dominated by the Bosch team for the third time. It was estimated that Xiao Hua would have to consider whether or not to have this game again next year. However, when Jiang Hai appeared on the sidelines, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, in terms of long-range shooting, Jiang Hai seemed to be better than Bosch. However, Jiang Hai was not going to fight for fame today. It was useless to him. The shooting star was won by the Bosch team. The skill challenge was won by the rocket crazy Bifuly. The three-point competition was won by the star of the Warriors, Stephen Curry. The dunk competition was won by the rookie of the Timberwolves, Zach Lavin. This guy's jump was really scary. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and Jiang Hai. After the second day, it was the third day of the All-Star game. It was also the main event of the All-Star game. The starting lineup for this year's NBA All-Star game was the forward line of the Eastern Conference. It was LeBron James, Cameron Anthony, and Pau Gasol of the Bulls. After his sister-in-law left the Lakers, his performance for the Bulls was really surprising. The defensive line was composed of John Wall and Kerry Lowry, who had replaced Wade as the starter at the last moment because of Justin Bieber. The starting lineup for the Western Conference was a little strange because there was one center and 4 guards. It was not arranged according to position. It was his sister-in-law, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, James Harden, and Stephen Curry. The first half of the All-Star game was the first half of fun. It was mainly about fun and performance. There were many highlights. Everyone put their energy into the second half. Of course, the fans had a tacit understanding about this. In fact, at the main event, it was not just about watching the game. They could also enjoy a lot of singing and dancing performances. There were also many stars who would show themselves on this stage. First, it was to promote the NBA. Second, it was to promote themselves to the NBA audience. This was a win-win situation. Many people were willing to do this. Moreover, where was this? This was New York. When it came to starlight, only Los Angeles could beat it. There were a lot of stars performing on the stage this night, but almost none of them were famous enough to be called by Jiang Hai. The one who performed the most was Ariana Grande. She was a new generation of female singers in the United States, but Jiang Hai did not know her. There was also Christina Aguilera. She was a mentor of the Voice of America, but Jiang Hai did not know her either. Generally speaking, when he watched the All-Star game at home, Jiang Hai would change the channel when it was time to sing. This was because he was not very interested in singing, especially English songs. He did not understand them before. Now he understood, but he did not have the habit of listening to these things. Now that he heard it live, it was not bad. Just as Jiang Hai was watching the girls singing and dancing on stage, Moses Adams went out and came back. "Boss, are you interested in attending the banquet after the All-Star game?" Moses Adams asked in a low voice as he looked at Jiang Hai. "Banquet? What do you mean?" When he heard Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai also withdrew his gaze. "It means what it means on the surface." Shrugging his shoulders, Moses Adams explained to Jiang Hai that the NBA All-Star Game was not only watched by ordinary people, there were also some social elites and celebrities. After the All-Star Game ended, the NBA would hold a banquet every year. These people who were voted to become All-Stars would attend. It felt like they were selling their clothes. In fact, the league wanted to use these players as a bridge to get to know some of the celebrities or rich people who liked basketball, so as to obtain investment and support. Of course, with the NBA's slow promotion, they were now not short of money. The banquet was now more of a banquet to show off their status. It was a place for the rich to exchange what they needed. Of course, it was also a place that girls who wanted to become famous looked forward to. Chapter 167. The All-Star Game ended in an uproar. In the end, Russell Westbrook, the backup point guard of the Western Conference, became the MVP of the year with a score of 41 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals. The 41 points was also the second highest score in the history of the All-Star Game, second only to Zhang the Great's 42 points. However, this was still very scary. When Russell Westbrook raised the trophy that symbolized the MVP of the NBA All-Star Game, the New York All-Star Game officially came to an end. For some ordinary people, they could go back to sleep now. But for the celebrities who participated in the All-Star Game, there was a special banquet that they had to attend. Of course, it was not clear whether it was a banquet or a banquet because the people who could attend were all rich and powerful. Even the players were willing to interact with the rich to see if there was a chance to make money. Jiang Hai also had a chance to attend this banquet. Of course, this was inseparable from Moses Adams's connections. In addition to his connections, Jiang Hai also needed to show his strength. He needed to donate $1 million to the NBA's charity. This could be considered a stepping stone. The $1 million could be used as a tax deduction. The tax deduction rate was 1-to-1, so Jiang Hai did not care much about donating $1 million. After all, he had to pay the $1 million in April. Now that he had a chance to attend the banquet, it was a good choice. After paying the $1 million, Jiang Hai stepped into the venue of the NBA banquet. However, after entering, Jiang Hai regretted it. The people who attended the banquet, even if they were black, were all dressed in suits. He was the only one who was dressed in outdoor attire. It was indeed a little awkward and degrading. Jiang Hai felt that the waiters here were dressed more formally than him. Most importantly, although it was called a banquet, it was actually a buffet banquet. Most of the people were holding a glass of wine and chatting, just like what he saw on TV. There was nothing to eat at the cold restaurant. isn't it a little degrading for me to wear this? Jiang Hai whispered as he looked at Moses Adams next to him. Boss, I told you a long time ago, but you don't like to wear it. Boss, it's up to you. I'll go over there first. I have a few clients to meet. Moses Adams patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and said with a smile. In fact, even if they wanted to buy a suit now, it was too late. After all, the All-Star Game started at 8:00 in the evening. The All-Star Game lasted nearly 3 hours. It would be 11 o'clock by the time they arrived at the banquet. In the 24-hour shop, there were obviously no suits that could be used to attend a banquet of this level. Therefore, instead of buying some random brands, it was better to let Jiang Hai wear this. It was more unique and eye-catching. He did tell Jiang Hai a long time ago that he had to wear formal attire when attending certain events. However, Jiang Hai was used to it. To be honest, he didn't like formal attire. It could be said that he hated it because even moving his arms was restricted. This was something that he couldn't understand. But now that he was dressed like this, to be honest, he was indeed a little embarrassed. Everyone in the room glanced at Jiang Hai from time to time when they saw Jiang Hai arrive. In this hall full of suits and gowns, Jiang Hai stood out. If it wasn't for the fact that tens of thousands of people had seen him a few days ago, Jiang Hai might have fled in defeat. But even so, he still felt a little guilty. He picked up a glass of wine and walked to the long table to pick something to eat. Although it was called a banquet, to be honest, everyone was a little far away from the table. After all, they didn't come here to eat. Jiang Hai didn't come here to eat either. But after considering that he was dressed like this, even if he went to make friends with those people, the chances of him getting the cold shoulder wasn't small. Rather than that, he used his 1 million to offset the tax and ate a free meal, so it wasn't a wasted trip. As for opening a trade route, to be honest, Jiang Hai didn't care too much about it because he had absolute strength. Salmon, cod, this is redhead. F***ck, why are they all raw? Could it be that I can only eat fruit? Jiang Hai picked up a banana and ate it while looking at the food on the long table. However, at a cold table, everything was naturally cold. The so-called cold food was not something that was left cold after it was finished. It was something that was cold from the beginning, such as some sushi, salads, and the like, which were the mainstream here. But Jiang Hai had a problem. He didn't eat raw things, so now he was also very confused. Hello. Just as Jiang Hai didn't know what to eat, a very pleasant female voice came to his ear. Jiang Hai looked up and found that it was indeed a girl. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall. Of course, this was because she was wearing high heels. He glanced at the soles of the shoes. Although they weren't very high, they were still 6 or 7 centimeters, so the girl was about 1.65 meters tall. She had long black hair, and her skin was a bit bronze. She was not a pure white girl, but she was a very obvious American woman. Her face was a bit wide, but her jaw was very narrow. It looked a bit strange, but it matched with her exquisite 5 views. She was wearing a black half-lace dress. At this time, she was holding a glass of wine and smiling at Jiang Hai in front of her. Oh, hello. After taking another bite of the banana, Jiang Hai nodded to the girl. He didn't seem to know her. How come you are eating here alone? Are you hungry? Seeing Jiang Hai responding to her, the girl also smiled and said to Jiang Hai, "Oh, I don't know anyone. It's quite unusual for me to dress like this, and I don't know what to say to these people. Anyway, the donated money can be used to offset the tax, so I'm ready to go back to sleep after eating." Shrugging, Jiang Hai said helplessly, "Oh, you are really interesting. You came here just to eat. If you let Mr. Silva know, he will probably want to refund your 1 million yuan to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, the girl covered her mouth and laughed. The Mr. Silva in her mouth was Adam Silva, who is often called Xiao Hua, the current president of the NBA. If I can refund it, I think I will consider it. Jiang Hai shook his head and looked at the girl and said with a chuckle. Let me introduce myself. I've been talking to you for so long. I don't think you recognize me. My name is Selena Gomez. Oh, well, you really don't know me. I'm an actress and a singer. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl took the initiative to stretch out her hand and said to Jiang Hai. Sure enough, when she said her name, Jiang Hai's face was still blank. She laughed at herself. As a quasi-list celebrity in the American entertainment industry, she was really worried about her popularity. Oh, hee hee. I'm sorry. I don't really recognize people. After all, I've only been here for a short while. Actually, most of the Americans here look pretty much the same to me, except for the color of their skin. It's just like how you look at Asians. Seeing Selena Gomez's words, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed and found a reason. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and shook the girl's hand, but then he let go. He was not a pig who couldn't walk away when he saw a woman. I came here this time mainly to thank you. The Justin Bieber you taught a lesson to is my ex-boyfriend, but he is really a bad person. Looking at Jiang Hai, the woman casually leaned in front of the table and talked about the reason why she came to talk to Jiang Hai this time. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai nodded. No wonder. In fact, Jiang Hai didn't pay much attention to these things. If he paid attention, he would know about the grievances between Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez. The two were together in 2011, but they broke up in 2013. But for Justin Bieber, if he couldn't have her, he would find a way to destroy her. This was not some malicious hype, because he himself did not need any hype. His specialty sales were still very high. His way of doing things was actually the most simple B-type mentality. If he could not have it, no one else could either. So on some programs or his own Twitter, he revealed the love history between him and Selena. He even told the world that Selena's first time was with him. It would be strange if a woman didn't hate such a bad person. However, Jiang Hai didn't know this, but it didn't prevent him from agreeing with the woman's words. Nodding, Jiang Hai said seriously, well, that kid needs to be taught a lesson. He is indeed a bad person. By the way, what kind of business does Mr. Jiang do? Obviously, Selena didn't want to talk too much about Bieber now, especially in front of a strange man. Although she was grateful to this man, she didn't want to talk too much about it. I have a manor in Boston that specializes in raising cattle, horses, fish, grapes, wine, and so on. Hearing Selena's words, Jiang Hai smiled and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Selena was a little surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Hai was a company manager or something like that. After all, in her opinion, Jiang Hai really looked like an ordinary otaku. 70% of the people in Silicon Valley had the unique characteristics of Jiang Hai, the otaku aura. Come on, I can't really let you leave after dinner here. I'll introduce you to someone. Hearing Jiang Hai's introduction, Selena smiled and led Jiang Hai to the crowd in the distance. Chapter 168. Where are we going? Hearing Selena's words, Jiang Hai was stunned again. He didn't want to come here in vain, but the problem was that he really didn't know these people. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Selena smiled. She suddenly felt that this Jiang Hai was really an interesting person. She didn't say anything, but instead, she pulled Jiang Hai's arm and walked to a corner in the distance. When Jiang Hai came over, he saw a woman sitting on a sofa in the corner. This woman looked to be in her 30s. She was a very pure Caucasian woman. Her well-maintained skin was extremely tight at this time. A pair of lively eyes looked around casually, but she gave people a feeling that she was like an iceberg that couldn't be approached. It could be said that this woman had the strongest aura and was the coldest beauty that Jiang Hai had ever seen. She was wearing a light blue dress, which made her seem a little out of place in this lively banquet hall. After all, the women who came to the banquet, if they didn't wear black and white, they would wear some warm colors such as yellow, red, beige, pink, and so on to show their friendly image. However, this woman did the opposite. She wore an ice blue dress. Although it was also a formal dress, it had the same effect as Jiang Hai. The most direct effect of this effect was that when she sat there, no one dared to pass within 3 meters of her. Of course, it could also be because this queen-type beauty's aura was too strong. Sister Pola, you're here. However, Selena acted as if she didn't see such a strong aura. After walking over with a smile, she arranged for Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa opposite the woman. Then, she came to the woman's side and leaned on the woman's arm with a smile. She grinned and said to the woman, "Oh, it's Selena. I recently saw the news about you. Are you okay?" Hearing the girl's words, the woman named Pola looked at her with a smile. Although she was smiling at this time, Jiang Hai felt that even if she was smiling, she looked very cold. "It's nothing, I'm already used to that rotten person. It's just that those reporters surrounding me all day long are a bit troublesome." "Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Hai, the guy who helped me vent my anger." Before the rookie challenge, he taught that rotten person a lesson. His family has a manor that specializes in raising cows, fish, and the like. I remember that sister recently took over Sam's club, so I came over to introduce you to see if there's any opportunity to cooperate. Hearing this woman's words, Selena shook her head. She didn't want to be stuck in the mire of Justin Bieber again. She came here with a goal. "Oh." Hearing Selena's words, the woman named Pola raised her head in surprise and looked at Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jiang is Asian." Looking at Jiang Hai's face, which is still very young here, Walton asked him. "Oh, I'm Huaxia. Although I have a green card in the United States, I didn't become a citizen, so I'm still a Huaxia citizen." Hearing her words, there was nothing to hide, so Jiang Hai said directly to her. "Oh, is that so? Then may I know where Mr. Jiang's manor is located? How much stock does it have? And how is the quality?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton shook the glass in front of her and said slowly. In fact, in her heart, she really has no interest in Jiang Hai's manor, but she has a good personal relationship with Selena. Although the United States emphasizes that one thing is another, if she directly refuses without even asking, it will hurt their relationship. "My manor is in Boston. To be exact, it should be in Winthrop. I have a total of about 20,000 cows now. As for the quality, I don't know much about it, but what I usually eat is the top grade A Frost snowflake beef. It's all produced by my manor, and it has a decent output." After thinking about it, Jiang Hai described his manor. He had no impression of Sam's club at all. He didn't even know what this guy was. Just like this woman was perfunctory with him, he was also perfunctory with this woman, but he still chose to tell the truth. This Selena helped to introduce him, so he couldn't ignore her face. In Jiang Hai's view, his beef is the one he doesn't have to worry about. "Oh. Special grade A Frost snowflake beef. Oh. It seems that Mr. Jiang's quality of life is still very good. There are no more than 5 people here who can eat this kind of beef without limit." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman chuckled. In her opinion, Jiang Hai was talking nonsense. No matter how rich a person is, it's impossible to eat special grade A frost snowflake beef for every meal. The retail price of this thing is between $350 and $400 per pound. Even the cheapest price is $350, 1 pound per meal. 3 meals a day is 3 pounds, which adds up to $1,050, and this is just the cost of the beef. 365 days a year is nearly $400,000. $400,000 is not a lot. They don't lack this money. But this is only for one person. If it's for a family, 2 people will be $800,000, 3 people will be $2 million, and 10 people will be $4 million. This doesn't include other money. With this kind of steak, seasonings and the like also need to be specially made. In addition, even Bill Gates may not be willing to eat this kind of beef every day. Now it seems that if Jiang Hai is telling the truth, then he is a spendthrift, but the chances of him bragging are higher. Don't believe me? Look, you're smiling like that. I know you don't believe me. I'm telling the truth. I don't have to worry about the sales of my beef, because I'm going to participate in the beef show here in April this year. Every cow I slaughter can produce special grade A beef. As long as I get the Beef King, I think the sales of my beef will be no problem. You see, you don't believe me again. How about this, if you really don't believe me, come to my place when you have time, and I'll show you. Seeing this woman's gaze, for an otaku like Jiang Hai, what he couldn't stand the most was others looking down on him. Well, his poor self-esteem was constantly being worshipped, so he didn't hold back and directly said to this woman. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman was startled by his confident tone. In fact, the most important thing was that she was startled by his words. Every cow can be slaughtered to produce special grade A beef. What the hell is this? Okay, I want to take a look. Hearing Jiang Hai's confident words, the woman looked at him with some interest. She didn't know why Jiang Hai said this. Was it simply to lure her to his manor? Or was he really that confident? Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, the woman's sixth sense told her that this man is not lying. If what he said is true, then she will definitely not let go of this fat piece of meat. I can't do it recently. The day after tomorrow is the new year of our Huaxia. I have to go home for the new year. I will probably be back at the end of February. How about this, if you really want to take a look, you can go after that time. I welcome you at any time. Hearing that this woman wanted to see for herself, Jiang Hai didn't say much and directly agreed. After the two exchanged phone numbers, Jiang Hai also got up and left. When he left, Selena also followed. She now found this guy to be really interesting. After staying in the United States for so long, she actually doesn't know me. It's fine if she doesn't know me, but as a manor owner, she doesn't even seem to know Prawalton. This guy is really funny. Hey, your strategy just now is not bad. Let Sister Pulla go to your place to take a look. If she really likes it, the sales of your 20,000 cows will not be a problem. This can be considered as a small help from me. You don't have to thank me. After the two left Prawalton, Selena Gomez also patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and said to him with a smile. Strategy my ass. I'm telling the truth. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have enough premium grade A beef. Eat as much as you want. When Jiang Hai heard Selena's words, he couldn't help but look at her. This little girl is still too naive. I'm obviously telling the truth. Really? Seeing Jiang Hai's serious look, Selena was also stunned. Although she wasn't in this business, at least she knew what premium grade A beef was. At present, the world's beef was almost cut off by the United States. Except for some countries like Huaxia, which didn't import American beef. Most of the country's markets were occupied by American beef. However, in this world of American beef, there was a unique existence. It stood proudly at the peak of the beef world, and that was Japan's Wagyu beef. Why was Wagyu so expensive? Some people said that it was because they drank red wine, had professional massages, and so on. But in the end, it was because they could make more delicious premium grade of frost beef. It could be seen how important this kind of beef was in people's hearts. Even if she was a big star, she would not have many opportunities to eat this kind of beef. Now that Jiang Hai said she could eat as much as she wanted, it really made her curious. Okay, then I'll go with Sister Pula. You have to treat me well. This is my private phone number. Here, someone is calling me. I'll go first. Looking at Jiang Hai's serious look, Selena showed her signature smile. She took out a business card from a hidden place in her skirt and stuffed it into Jiang Hai's hand. At this time, a few girls were greeting her in the distance. She also quickly said something to Jiang Hai and ran over. Looking at the business card in his hand, Jiang Hai was a little speechless and scratched his head. You gave me a business card just like that? Well, I'll keep it. After all, it was also a star's business card. When he returned to China, he could show it off in front of his buddies. However, according to his understanding of his buddies, they wouldn't recognize it even if he took it out. Compared to a star's business card, they were more interested in the NBA. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but touch his chin. Should he ask for an autograph? Chapter 169. Phew. As the plane descended from the sky, Jiang Hai yawned and staggered out of Bing City's airport. However, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, a gust of cold wind blew past him, instantly dispelling his sleepiness. I'm finally back. Jiang Hai said with a smile as he stretched his back and looked at the foggy sky. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but cough twice. The air in Boston was far worse than Texas and Montana. Even so, in Jiang Hai's opinion, the air in Boston was quite good. At least, it was much better than New York, Los Angeles, and other cities. However, compared to China, New York was actually better. Of course, this was mainly referring to the first-tier cities. In recent years, with the development of the first-tier cities in China, at least in terms of air quality, it was indeed difficult for people to accept. Ever since the All-Star competition, Jiang Hai had attended a banquet that night. For him, all he got was 2 women's phone numbers before he left because he was full. The next afternoon, he boarded a plane from New York back to China. From the US to China, there were only 3 major cities: the imperial capital, Shanghai, and Eastern Guangdong. Eastern Guangdong was an additional route. Only Luo City was used. The routes between the imperial capital and Shanghai were slightly more. This time, Jiang Hai was flying to the imperial capital. After 13.5 hours of flight, Jiang Hai knew what time it was when he boarded the plane and when he got off. It was 3:50 p.m. when he boarded the plane and 6:20 p.m. when he got off. At that time, he didn't directly transfer to Bing City. After all, there was still a day's time. He bought a plane from American Express for the next day and flew back to Bing City. Here, Jiang Hai once again felt the greatness of Yunyong. After all, this was the Huaxia period of the year. Oh, no, it was the period of the largest migration of people in the world. It was indeed amazing that he could buy a plane ticket at this time. Jiang Hai flew back to Bing City at around 4 p.m. on February 17, 2015. Thinking that tomorrow was New Year's Eve, Jiang Hai felt a lot of emotions. It was better to spend New Year's Eve at home, even if there was no one at home. Jiang Hai, over here. Just as Jiang Hai was lamenting the loneliness of life, a voice suddenly came from afar. Jiang Hai fixed his eyes and found that the person who greeted him was none other than two of his friends, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua. These two people were his junior high school classmates, and their relationship was quite good. When Jiang Hai came back last time, he ate a lot with these two people. Moreover, Fu Yuan kept saying that he wanted to go to Jiang Hai's manor to play. He had even signed the contract. Although it was a little cold to go now, he was still prepared to spend the new year at home and then go to the United States with Jiang Hai for a few days. That was the United States. He had only heard of it before, but he had never seen it before. "Hey, I'm here." Hearing their voices, Jiang Hai also tightened his backpack and walked over. "You're finally back. Let's go. Get in the car." Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua also greeted him immediately. They originally wanted to help Jiang Hai carry his things, but after looking at Jiang Hai, they found that Jiang Hai had nothing but a backpack. The two of them were not used to it. "Come, I brought something for you." Sitting in Fu Yuan's car, Jiang Hai opened his backpack with a smile and took out a few autographed photos from it. In this backpack, there were a total of 2 sets of clothes, which were the 2 sets that Jiang Hai carried from home. In addition, there were only some autographed photos. These autographed photos were all from the star players at the NBA banquet. These star players were still very kind to Jiang Hai. They didn't mind if he asked for autographed photos as long as he prepared a pen and photos. So, Jiang Hai got a lot of autographed photos. "Why did you bring anything else? Your beef is very good." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan also said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but give him the middle finger. "Damn, of course it's very good. Those are special A-grade frost snow beef. 1 pound, which is 9 taels, costs more than 2,000 yuan. How much? Are you crazy? More than 2,000 yuan for a piece of beef. What's wrong with the beef? Can you become an immortal after eating it?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan was shocked, and Xiang Hua was even more shocked. "What kind of game is this? A piece of beef is more than 2,000 yuan. What a scam. This is just the cost price. If it was in a Western restaurant, it would at least be doubled." Looking at the appearance of these two people, Jiang Hai said proudly. In fact, when he first heard about this thing, he was not much better than these two people, but recently he has been used to it. "Damn, are you kidding me? Do you know that I ate a piece? Are you going to scam me? I tell you, I don't have the money. If you want my life, I won't give you." While driving, Fu Yuan looked at Jiang Hai in the rearview mirror and said, "Scam you? I was going to bring this back for you to taste. Let's see tomorrow. We will get together in the morning and then divide the beef. By the way, don't you like Wade? This is his autographed photo for you. Xiang Hua, who do you like? By the way, if you don't like basketball, then I won't give it to you." Hearing Fu Yuan's voice trembling a little, Jiang Hai patted his back seat hard, then smiled and picked out a photo and gave it to Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan liked to play basketball when he was in school, but after stepping into society, he had no love for basketball. This was just the opposite of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had no love for basketball when he was in school, but after stepping into society, he became interested. Several people talked and laughed, and unknowingly, they also got on the airport highway. After a while, they had entered the city. Although Jiang Hai hasn't been back for a few months, he still remembers the way home. As soon as they entered the city, they should turn at a road, but Fu Yuan's car went straight. "What's wrong? You don't want to take Hashi, but you want to take Shuefu Road. Looking at the road outside the window, Jiang Hai said strangely. If you come back, then go home. Let's go eat first. Hearing Jiang Hai's doubts, Fu Yuan said with a smile. Eat? Oh, when did you become so sensible? You even know to give me a free ride and wash the dust. As soon as he heard what Fu Yuan said, Jiang Hai smiled and leaned over in the back seat, saying with a smirk on his face. What free ride? Tonight is a junior high school class reunion. Xiang Hua listened to Jiang Hai's words and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. When he heard about the class reunion, Jiang Hai's brows couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he had no interest in any class reunion. In his view, the class reunion was nothing more than men showing off their money, women showing off their husbands, lonely men and women talking nonsense, and so on. Those who go to the class reunion will more or less have some purpose to seek connections. For example, Jiang Hai, now he is not short of money. Second, his career is in Boston. There is no one he wants to see among his classmates. What is there to attend? I don't really want to go. I want to go back to sleep. They don't know that I'm back. That's it. You can send me back first. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai decided to tell the truth. Don't. I told them that you are back. We have paid the money for you. If you don't go for a meal, it will be a waste. Besides, our junior high school's campus belle will also go. If you don't go, it will be a pity. You didn't have a crush on her when you were in junior high school, right? Looking at Jiang Hai in the rearview mirror, Fu Yuan said anxiously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai only gave him a middle finger. Crush my ass. It has nothing to do with me. When I was in junior high school, I only cared about playing games. How can I have the leisure time to care about the affairs of men and women? Looking at Fu Yuan contemptuously, Jiang Hai said indifferently. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Jiang Hai was very talented in games when he was in junior high school. He played War 3 and was invincible in the internet cafe street near their school. He was also recommended by the internet cafe to participate in the offline competition of WCG. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in 3 rounds. In the first round, he was in samsara. In the second round, his opponent had diarrhea. In the first 5 minutes, he didn't have a fast attack, so he gave up. In the third round, his opponent played normally, so he went home. It seems that he really didn't have a scandal with anyone, so after thinking about it, Fu Yuan pointed to another person next to him, that is Xiang Hua, who has a crush on her. Boss, I'm married. But Xiang Hua's answer was more straightforward, looking at him contemptuously. Well, I have a crush on her. Are you a brother? Do you want to go with me? Hearing Xiang Hua's words, Fu Yuan helplessly opened his mouth, but finally shook his head and admitted it. Looking at this guy's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh in the back row. Although Jiang Hai really didn't want to go to this place, his brother had already spoken. It was just a meal, so it didn't matter. I despise you to death, let's go. He patted Fu Yuan's back again. Jiang Hai also leaned against the back row and opened his hand. Although he didn't know what the scene would be later, he needed to conserve his energy first. Flying was really tiring. Seeing that Jiang Hai finally agreed, Fu Yuan's old face also smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. If Jiang Hai really didn't want to go, then he really could only send Jiang Hai home. However, he always felt that Jiang Hai, this local tyrant, was not by his side. He always felt a little uncertain in his heart. But fortunately, Jiang Hai still agreed because of their brotherhood. This was good news. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Hai didn't have time to regret, he also sped up the car and rushed to the place where they agreed to meet. Not long after, they had already stopped in front of a 4-star hotel. This was the place for the appointment. Chapter 170. Hey, you guys are finally here. We're just waiting for you. Hurry up. It's room 306 on the 3rd floor. I think it's about time for them to leave. After parking the car, the 3 of them walked into the lobby of the hotel. As soon as they walked in, they saw a woman with a big belly coming over with a smile. This person is none other than Jiang Hai's class monitor. This class reunion was also organized by her. Usually, Jiang Hai has no contact with her, but Fu Yuan and Xianghua have a close relationship with her. They often go to her house to play mahjong. Although she is a mahjong enthusiast, her strength is very poor. Her character is the same as a man's. She is very forthright. Now that she is pregnant and has a big belly, she still comes out to play. Everyone is here. Hearing the class monitor's words, Fu Yuan suddenly became interested and asked excitedly. Almost everyone is here. After calculating the number of people in her mind, the class monitor also said with a smile. That is Yu Jia here too. Hearing the class monitor's words, Fu Yuan asked the class monitor in a low voice. She's here. Let's go up. Seeing Fu Yuan's sullen look, the class monitor also said to him with a chuckle. Okay. As soon as he heard that this person was also here, Fu Yuan was like a wild dog that was out of its reins and was about to rush upstairs. But before he could run, he was stopped by Jiang Hai. Wait, the campus bell you are talking about, don't tell me you are referring to Yu Jia. Looking at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai couldn't believe what he was seeing. Of course, who else do you think it is? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan said with a righteous face. Looking at his righteous appearance, Jiang Hai really had nothing to say. I knew you had a strong taste, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Well, let's go up. Seeing Fu Yuan's eagerness to try, Jiang Hai chuckled. It seems that people's aesthetic standards really can't be easily changed. The Yu Jia from Fu Yuan's mouth was also a weirdo when Jiang Hai and the others were in school. Girls develop early. This is inevitable. This Yu Jia not only develops early, but her figure is not small. Jiang Hai remembered that the last time he saw her should be in the 4th year of junior high school. At that time, she was already more than 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 170 kilograms. When Jiang Hai and the others were in school, they provoked the gangsters outside. Those gangsters sent people to the school to block them. That fight was earth-shattering. Jiang Hai, Xianghua, and Fu Yuan fought until their clothes were torn. Of course, the other party was not having a good time, but they were lying down several times, and no one came to help. It was not that they were not popular, but those students were more afraid. At that time, Yu Jia just passed by. The leader of the gangsters thought that he had beaten Jiang Hai and the others, so he casually spat on Yu Jia's shoes. As a result, those gangsters were miserable. 3 of them had their teeth knocked out. Jiang Hai and the others just stood there and watched Yu Jia beat 7 of them alone. That majestic appearance scared Jiang Hai and the others silly even in their dreams at night. Since then, Jiang Hai gave her a nickname, Invincible Iron Fist. However, unlike Jiang Hai and Xianghua who were scared, it seemed that Fu Yuan liked such a girl at that time. But later, the two did not have any connections. Fu Yuan went to an ordinary high school, and Yu Jia went to a sports school to practice wrestling. Now that he thought about it, with Jiang Hai's physique, he had some chills. Hey, when did you come back? Because it was only the 3rd floor, they were too lazy to wait for the elevator. A group of people walked upstairs. When they were walking, the class monitor walked to Jiang Hai's side and asked Jiang Hai curiously. Although Jiang Hai usually does not interact with these classmates, after all, they have common friends, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua. So the class monitor also heard some news about Jiang Hai from these two people. When she learned that Jiang Hai was coming today, she was very surprised because Fu Yuan paid for it, and she was not sure whether Jiang Hai would come or not. Hey, don't mention it. I just got off the plane and was brought here. I didn't even go home. Hearing the class monitor's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. To be honest, he was really not interested in the class reunion. From his point of view, this was a place where a melodramatic plot of pretentiousness and face-slapping occurred. His main focus now was on farming, not face-slapping. Therefore, if it weren't for Fu Yuan, he wouldn't have bothered to come here. By the way, how are you in Chile? I received a call from Chile a few days ago. She said that she couldn't find you, so she asked me for Fu Yuan's phone number. Tell me, did you do something bad that day? Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, the class monitor smiled and joked. Hearing the class monitor's words, Jiang Hai's mouth was also smiling, but he was already cursing in his heart. This girl is really a busybody. I say, you should pay more attention to your daily life. Chile is different from ordinary girls. She is beautiful and rich. What are you not satisfied with? In my opinion, you should treat her better in daily life. Seeing that Jiang Hai did not refute or explain, the class monitor also began to talk non-stop. Now that she is pregnant, she has a sensitive personality. Even if Jiang Hai wants to refute, he can't say anything. It's very troublesome. But fortunately, the third floor was still very close. Not long after, everyone had arrived in front of a private room. As Fu Yuan, who was walking in front, pushed open the door, a noisy scene appeared in front of Jiang Hai in an instant. Hey, you three are finally here. Come, sit down, the banquet is about to start. As soon as he saw Jiang Hai and others come in, a little fatty, who was originally in the room, couldn't help but walk over with a smile, and said loudly. This little fatty was also a classmate of Jiang Hai. He is their class monitor's current husband. When he was young, he was very active in the class. But because his studies were good, he was also okay. He didn't have any enemies. His relationship with his classmates was good, and he was also quite liked by the teachers. Now that it was a class reunion, it was understandable for him to be active. Congratulations, you are going to be a father soon. Seeing him coming over, Jiang Hai also smiled and cupped his fist and said to him. Haha, of course, when my child is 100 days old, you have to come over to drink. Seeing Jiang Hai, the people here also laughed and said. Jiang Hai naturally agreed, but he estimated that he wouldn't be able to come back by then. At most, he would ask Fu Yuan to help him bring some money, but it was estimated that the other party was just being polite. When Jiang Hai got married, he didn't invite them, right? To be exact, it should be that Chile didn't tell them, because Chile didn't want too many people to know that they were married. Even the wedding was held to appease the old employees of the company and her mother. After a few words of greeting, Jiang Hai casually found an empty table in the corner and sat there. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't have the leisure to get close to these classmates. Some people said that after meeting each other at a class reunion, even if they weren't very familiar with each other before, they would feel very close. Because this represented their irreplaceable youth, but for Jiang Hai, he didn't feel this way. Jiang Hai was a very eccentric person since he was a child. When he was young, he liked to be self-centered, so he didn't make any friends in the entire 5th grade of primary school. When he reached junior high school, his character gradually became more open, and he made some friends. He also made some friends in high school, but they were alienated because he didn't contact them for too long. When he was in college, he also made a few friends, but after all, college students were different from high school students and junior high school students. They might not make friends with you just because you were hot-blooded. Especially after learning that Jiang Hai's family had an accident, he only had a few friends left. Fortunately, Jiang Hai usually stayed at home, so it didn't matter. Jiang Hai's class had a total of more than 40 people. Today, nearly 30 people came, which was not a small number. Inside this private room, there were a total of 3 tables. Sitting there, everyone was looking for their friends, chatting and having fun. However, Jiang Hai really didn't have anything to talk about with these people. As for Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua, after entering the room, they plunged into the crowd. Fu Yuan was mainly around a very tall and strong woman. If they met on the street, Jiang Hai probably wouldn't recognize her, but now, he guessed that this should be Yu Jia. Now, she didn't look shorter than Jiang Hai, and her size should be more than 200. Jiang Hai had always held a reserved attitude about Fu Yuan's aesthetic views. As for Xiang Hua, when he was in junior high school, he was much more popular than Jiang Hai. Now, as soon as he came in, he was called by others to reminisce, so Jiang Hai could only sit there by himself. However, although he seemed a little lonely, Jiang Hai was quite happy. There was no melodramatic plot, so he was also happy and relaxed. He only hoped that after eating here, he could go back to sleep. After all, even if it was a first-class cabin, even if Jiang Hai's physique was somewhat unbearable to sit on a 13-hour flight. He didn't completely recover after sleeping in the capital, and today, he also took a flight, so he was a little tired. As for the other classmates, it wasn't that no one knew that Jiang Hai was now mingling in the United States, but Fu Yuan and the others also knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth, so sometimes when they talked about Jiang Hai, they more often said that Jiang Hai raised cattle and fish in Boston. This made Jiang Hai's classmates have little interest in Jiang Hai. After all, in the eyes of most young people of this age, no matter where you raise cattle or fish, you are still a country bumpkin and can't borrow strength. It couldn't be better that no one came to disturb him, so after taking a sip of tea, Jiang Hai leaned against the wall behind him and prepared to sleep. However, he didn't want to be in the limelight, but it didn't mean that others would let him be so peaceful. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.